Of the many ways to understand the world, recording this episode made me think of two ways: deep reading and deep engagement. I like to say that we make sense of the world by connecting dots. And the more we read, the more dots we have, the more high definition our picture of the world will be. But equally, one can't just dwell in lofty abstract ideas or even the stories of others. We also need to embrace the world around us, to be mindful with people, to be involved in the ebbs and flows of our societies. That's another way of understanding, and perhaps we need both ways to make sense of the world: deep reading and deep engagement. As it happens, both my guests today and the man he has written a beautiful biography of are people who read deeply and engaged deeply. The book was a pleasure to read, and this conversation really made me think.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Rahul Ramagundam, author of a marvelous book called The Life and Times of George Fernandes. Rahul teaches at Jamia Millia, studied at JNU, but is an atypical academic in the sense that he wanted not just to study and read voraciously as a student, but to get involved in society in grassroots activism, see the villages of India, understand not just poverty, but understand the poor. This made him a deep, nuanced thinker. He wrote books on poverty and Gandhi and was then attracted to the life of George Fernandes, a politician who began as an activist, a rabble-rouser who was also a self-taught polymath, a man who both read widely and lived deeply. And his life is so rich, with so many ebbs and flows. Rahul's biography is non-fiction storytelling at its best. It's not just a story of George Fernandes, but many other luminaries of the age, as well as a history and social study of India through the last few decades. It's an incredible book if you want to understand India or Indian politics or Indian society, or just dive into the fascinating, dramatic, tragic story of a flawed man who was also in some ways a great man, someone who contained multitudes. Then pick up this book and listen to this conversation. But first, let's take a quick commercial break. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Rahul, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure. Yeah.
You know, your book is called The Life and Times of George Fernandes, your latest book, I should say. We'll talk about all of them. I love that sort of you have about a page describing how you arrived at the title, that various people said that, hey, you can focus on, use him as a lens to look at the Socialist Party, or use him as a lens to look at this or that or whatever. But your sense was that, no, the man contains multitudes, and therefore the most apt title is The Life and Times, and also the Times, not just a life, because your inner sense is not just a biography of a man, it's a biography of a nation in change and of a party and of so many other things. And I sometimes title my episodes The Life and Times of whoever the guest is, Jerry Pinto, Shanta Gokhale, whoever. And I am very interested in beginning with your life and times. And so I'm going to, take you away from this book and the previous books you've written, and even all your academic experience, even all your experience on the ground, take you before that. Tell me about your childhood. Like, where were you born? Where did you grow up? Take me back to your earliest memories.
Thank you. The fact that you noticed this, the struggle to name my book, George. Yes, there were, of course, multiple ideas about naming that. But yes, as you ask about my childhood, I was born in a village in Bihar, and my parents kept moving to different places in India because of their central government job. And so I grew up with my grandparents. And my beginning with my grandparents is something which provided me moorings in some sense. I still feel that my grandparents are the first and the primary influence on me, and which in fact makes me think at this point, because many parents do not have grandparents in the same family household now. And so how much a child might be lacking and might be missing, I sometimes, it makes me wonder, because I really got a lot from my grandparents. My grandfather, about whom I have written in my introduction in my book Gandhi's Khadi, where I wrote about him, saying that yes, he was a man who always wore khadi, for that matter. And my grandmother, let me tell you, she was illiterate. Her name was Aarti Devi, and she knew only two words to write. One was Aarti Devi, which sometimes she had to sign because my grandfather brought some bank papers and she had to sign it. Another was Sita Ram, which was my grandfather's name. And so she used to write Sita Ram by meaning two things. One, her husband's name, which she did not ever say or use the word, but she used to write that in a copies that we used to give to her, like my parents used to give or my uncles used to give. And she used to repeatedly write Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, Sita Ram, which was in fact invocation of God. Those copies were later submerged into Ganges. It was taken to Ganges and put into the Ganges. That was a kind of a pattern that we had. And she used to only do that in the evenings or in the afternoon when she was free. She would do that kind of a writing, which was a part of her spiritual experience, perhaps. I remember when in '92 the Babri Masjid thing happened. My grandmother was with me at that time, and she was really hurt by the fact that somebody's place of worship has been demolished. She was not knowing at all anything about what was happening in the politics behind Ayodhya movement and all, but she was certainly somebody who was hurt by the news of demolition that had happened. So I think, and one more thing about my grandmother, which in fact I learned, and I mentioned it in that book as well. She used to, every morning she used to worship sun god, and she would go near the tulsi plant and pour water over it and say, give happiness, take care of everybody, and then if there is something left, give it to me and my family. So it was the last that we came to in her prayer. And I think that was the greatest influence on me. So my grandparents, yes. My maternal grandparents also influenced me in the sense that in the beginning, immediately after my birth, perhaps when I was 2 or 3 year old, my mother was still with her own parents, and she used to take me to a Khadi ashram, which was in her village that time, and which is called Gandhi ashram, in fact. And there she used to, my maternal grandmother, she used to do the charkha spinning and all, and my mother used to go along with her, and I used to go tag along with her. And so I think when I choose Khadi as my PhD subject, I think somewhere that influence was there. I was not really aware of these things, but when I started writing and researching upon Khadi, then somebody asked me, or sometimes I asked myself, why did I choose this subject? Why not something else? Because in JNU we are mostly Marxist, for that matter. So why should we go to Gandhi and that too in the history department, which is a very different kind of a department. So I went into Gandhi, which is not a very accepted subject at that time, let me tell you. So I went into the Khadi movement, I think primarily because of these influences that happened with me, that was put on me by my grandparents. And later I was tagged along with my parents. So when they were moving from the places like Gorakhpur to Ramagundam to Baruni and all these places, Ranchi for that matter, and these places, I was not. I was part of it. I was a part of growing up in what we call Nehru's India, for that matter, because these were all public sector units, and they had their own ethos, their own culture, their own mini India concept, whereby the people from the different regions came. And I think that too submerge all your prejudices, because you meet people of different regions, you meet people speaking different tongue, you meet people having different caste. You don't even aware of the caste. In fact, I came to know about caste in JNU, for that matter. About my own caste, I came to know in JNU. Before that, I was not aware of my caste, for that matter. And my grandparents influenced me. Then this growing up in the public sector colonies that we used to call, which was in fact a mini India kind of a place. So that was the second influence that I had. And the third, that I think to a large extent, my grandfather used to make me sit on his thighs and make me hear Ramayana slokas and all, and which was, in fact, I don't remember any of them now, but at that time he used to make me memorize it and then once again sing aloud those dohas of Ramcharitmanas. I think these things helped me in developing a kind of a syncretic image of my own cultural moorings, and it did not really, despite the fact, as I said, my grandmother was totally illiterate. They did not really give me any kind of a narrowness, or they gave me meanings, they gave me stories, they gave me a kind of a cultural upbringing, which in fact broadened my, and I had a very late start as far as the school is concerned. I think only at the age of 8 or something I started going to the school. So I had a long years where I was just free to do anything and everything for that matter. So I think this scramble for early schooling, in fact, is also against the child's own independence and his own independent thoughts, thinking for that matter. I guess I was because I see my brothers for that matter, they grew up and they went into school from as early as 3 or 4 kind of a thing, and I can see the kind of impact that kind of a schooling had on them and on me, who did not go to the school for a very long time and grew up with the grandparents. I guess two things. Yes, one, late schooling helps, I guess. Late schooling helps, which in fact is against the current modes when you're talking about 3, as early as 3 people are sending their children to the school. So I guess, and being with my grandparents really helped. They gave me a lot of time. They gave me a lot of their own beliefs and things that they thought that is important as far as as a family is concerned. And I really felt that in a way it helped me. It helped me being with my grandparents. So that was the first impression or first influences that influenced me. So then I, of course, came to JNU, and by the time when I came to JNU, I did my post-graduation there, my MPhil, my PhD. But that, in a way, JNU, in JNU, the teachings do not happen in the classroom, let me tell you. The classrooms is the last place where we learn. Where we really learn are the walls of JNU. We learn a lot from the walls of JNU, because the walls of JNU teach you not just about the slogans and the bookish ideas or the names of philosophers, but they also teach you certain values. Where do you stand? With whom you stand? How do you stand? Even that is also taught to us by the walls. And so I guess JNU has a pattern by which the young people who go inside it, either their belief systems reaffirmed by the kind of things that goes on campus, or it's engendered in them in that way. The second thing about JNU is this, that most of us, while growing up, had very activistic background. Not exactly background. We became very activistic the moment you go into JNU. It's a bad idea today. In fact, that's really being stigmatized a lot. But that's where the real learning happens, when you try to get associated with certain things happening in the far off places. Like I got associated with the Gandhian movement in Madhya Pradesh, who were fighting for the rights of Adivasis and land rights of Adivasis, or rights over the forest for that matter. And these were the issues where no books talked about, and I was not really aware of all these things. I really got aware while I was in MA for that matter, and too early for me to get associated with the grassroots movement in Madhya Pradesh, but I got associated with that, and it was a Gandhian movement. So I went to traveling around and all kind of a thing, and maintaining some kind of an advocacy office in my own hostel room, which I used to write newspaper articles and all kind of a thing, and go into the field to meet people, do Jindabad, Murdabad and all kind of a thing that as an activist people do. In 1999, we did a 6-month foot march, which went from Gwalior to the eastern part of Madhya Pradesh. At that time, it was Chhattisgarh, not Chhattisgarh, Raigad area, and we did a 6-month march across Madhya Pradesh, shouting slogan and demanding rights over jal jangal or jameen ho kiske adheen, so janta ke adheen. So that was the slogan, that was which really, and before that, for last for before 99, I think since 95 perhaps, I was associated with this movement on the grassroots, and in 99 this march happened, and then I think that was a great learning experience. I would also like to name you a person called P.V. Rajgopal, who was a Gandhian at that time. In fact, he's still there. And this group of the people which was led by him, in fact, he used to take me into the train, like we are sitting in the train, and he was used to dictate letters to other people, and I used to just write. And that was a great learning experience. It was almost like learning about the issues that matters in this country, learning about how to communicate with the people across the world. In fact, he was writing letters to everyone in Germany, in England, in India, in different states and other places. And I could see that how these the issues are cropping up, which are the issues which really matter, and how he is communicating, in fact, how he's trying to build what we call alliance with the different sections and different sectors of the people. And this, I guess, was also, I think, all my books, all my writings, all the choices that I have made about the subject have been influenced by this experience at the grassroots, which again is lacking in the present generation of India, in the sense that many universities do not like students to get in. I was myself part of, in 2009, I went into do a study of caste violence that had happened in Bihar, one of the village. And I went there in 2009, December, just 2 days before the Christmas. And in this village, when I went there, I found the policemen already were there, and these policemen were all anti-Naxal force, and they were demolishing huts of the people. And so, and there were some group of the people were just on one side, just watching the whole scene, and these people, the policemen, they were going around demolishing the huts. And I asked one of those men, the village people, that is there somebody who can ask them whether they have a court order to demolish these houses, these huts? And these villagers said that who will say that? Who will ask it? And then I thought, yes, they have no capacity for that matter to ask a policeman. And so I went to ask, and then something happened which was extremely violent for that matter, and I was called Naxalite and all. And I was, in fact, one of my colleague that who went along with me, not exactly colleague, he was a local NGO activist. He went along with me to that village, and he was also beaten. And we came back. I talked to my friends in Times of India, which was in Patna, and they perhaps this conversation made them. That became a news item next day in the newspaper. And this was the news item said that the Jamia professor has been called Naxal, beaten, and all kind of thrashed and all kind. And then next day, my university vice chancellor, who was in fact quite an administrator of Delhi, he became lieutenant governor of Delhi later. He said that when somebody, because that was a newspaper, Times of India kind of a newspaper, publishing this news item, and across the country in each of its edition that the news had come in. So it was a matter for a university to take into account as well. So I was told by my director that vice chancellor said to him that he has defamed the university. Now that's something which really rankles in me, because I feel that anybody saying anything in favor of poor in this country at this point, they are called Naxalites. I think we have seen how urban Naxal issue has come up, and the people are in the jail, and more people perhaps are branded as an urban Naxal. So the point, what I'm trying to bring about is this, that somehow this experience at the grassroots in early 2000, in fact, gave me a sensitivity to understand what are the kind of issues which really matters in this this country, beyond the caste and the community conflicts or the conflagration that we keep seeing it, and which really may be politically very relevant, but actually not very relevant in our lives for that matter. And that gave me some strength and resolve to look into the issues which really I felt always that really matter, and therefore I have a feeling that early grassroots experiences really helps in your intellectual growth, as well as in not only choosing your vocation, but also in forging some kind of a direction, some kind of a life roadmap, which I guess is needed, because today in fact we have lots of social media coming up, and a lot of people in fact see their deliverance in the social media platforms. But I have a feeling that actual dirting hands with the people of this country will make our young people much more valuable and much more resolute about their thoughts and about their ideologies. I think these are the influences that really happened, which I really value. And all my work has been, in fact, my classroom teachings has been like that. In fact, my classroom teaching, I feel that I try to bring walls of JNU into my classroom at Jamia. I trying to engage people with the kind of issues which really matter, despite the fact that most of our books are still repetition of what has been existing knowledge all about. I try to bring field into the classroom, and which is in fact I feel that's a little contribution that I'm making in my classroom to my students. So these are the influences which really brought me here.
It's such a rich life and such a rich narrative, and there are many, many things I want to double click on. So, let's kind of go through them one by one. And I'm struck by something you were speaking at the start about your grandparents, which reminded me of two different episodes I've done and two different insights from them. One had done an episode with Mukulika Banerjee, the historian, who had written this book called The Pathan Unarmed, where she had traveled, she had lived for a while in the northwest frontier province of Pakistan, and the book was about the Khudai Khidmatgar. And the Khudai Khidmatgar, of course, was a non-violent movement, as you know, aligned with Gandhi in some ways, but not inspired by him, merely aligned. And it had been crushed in Pakistan after they gained independence. So it was very difficult for her to find surviving members of the Khudai Khidmatgar, and one local friend took her on a trip across many different villages in the area so she could sort of find surviving members and speak to them. And during this, she realized that the staple food that everyone has here is beef, and a chicken is considered a luxury. But every family keeps one chicken in the house, so if a special guest comes, they give it to that special guest. And she felt guilty that wherever she went, because of she is a special guest, they are cutting up their expensive chicken. So she started eating beef, right? And she told me that then when she came back to India after it was over, and she told her mother about it, who was a staunch Hindu, her mother thought for a while and said, "Beta, आपने सही किया. ये तो इंसानियत है." Right? And this is a story that really struck me, because the other episode I'm referring to is with our mutual friend Akshay Mukul, who wrote that brilliant book on the Gita Press. And my big learning in that brilliant book on the Gita Press is that this resurgence of political Hinduism that is there today is just an expression of a cultural strain that has been with us for decades. A lot of these toxic political issues like banning cow slaughter, love jihad, and so on and so forth were there in the 1920s, 100 years ago. They were all there. This is not a new creation. When you just look at the sales of some of the books of the Gita Press, Ramcharitmanas and all, selling 80, 90 million copies, some of those books. And what Akshay's brilliant biography and his conversation with me sort of showed me is that we have always had this strain of conservatism in our society, and it was perhaps only a matter of time that it would find a political expression. However, what I'm thinking is that when you spoke about the religiosity of your grandparents, that your grandmother would write Sitaram, Sitaram, it would be immersed in the Ganga, and your grandfather would have you on his lap and, verses of the Bhagavad Gita. But at the same time, you mentioned that your mother was very disturbed when the Babri Masjid happened.
My
And
grandmother.
your grandmother, sorry, that's what I meant. Your grandmother was very disturbed when the Babri Masjid was demolished, and you pointed out that she was an illiterate woman. She could write two words. She would not have been exposed to these Western notions of secularism, as people like to call it today. So there is within us, yes, there is that religiosity, but there is also a kind of lived tolerance, a syncretism, another word you used, which is part of this fabric, which is part of our lives. And I look around today, and it seems that in modern times, with these toxic political narrative battles that are happening, that we are somehow taking that beautiful fabric and which has many problems with it. I'm an atheist. I don't like any religion, but which has many problems with it. But at a cultural lived level, there is a strain of tolerance, there is a strain of syncretism, but we are reducing it to something else, and there is now this politics of hate and othering that has come about. So I want to ask your sense, because my lament about myself is I'm an English speaking elite who has lived a privileged life in India's cities. I have never known the real country. It took me to get into adulthood to understand this aspect of the real country. Otherwise I thought pura India secular hai, pura India meri tarah hai. Obviously not the case. So since you've had that lived reality, you've spent so much time with your grandparents, you've lived in villages, lived in towns, lived in cities, give me a sense of this, that, what is the role that religion has played in our society per se, and, how tolerant are we really? Are we all closeted bigots who are lapping up this politics because it feeds into our innate prejudices? Or does this politics play to the worst aspects of our nature, but there are better angels of our nature which view all of this in a different way?
I think there was one village that I was in, and this was a Dalit woman I was talking to, and she said to me that गांव के लोग कहते हैं कि जो सुअर खाता है उसको पढ़ने का अधिकार नहीं है. This is something which struck me, and I was asking her this question, and then and when she told me, I think when you talk about the level of tolerance that we have, perhaps both the things exist, tolerance as well as intolerance. It depends on the ruling idea, which can sometimes prod that tolerance or intolerance to come up at the fore. Now, it all depends on the kind of politics that is happening around. I remember at this point, let me tell you, I'm coming from academics, so I can give you some examples from academics. Before 2014, the ICCSR, I mean, that is a research body, ICSSR, or even UGC for that matter, or for other, they were all giving funds on the question of caste studies. Okay, the funds are very small, they are not really big funds, but whatever the proposals that you people used to write, they sometimes those proposals centered on the issues of the caste discrimination, caste marginalization, and also the caste conflict for that matter. Suddenly, after 2014, I have a feeling that the caste question has vanished. You don't really see caste around sometimes. You have some upsurge like what happened to Unna, or some caste violence here or there, but the caste suddenly has disappeared from the academic discourse, and now we have a different question coming up. We have a questions of or the inter-community or the inter-religion violence or inter-religion discourse that has come up. Suddenly we have Hindus becoming one monolith group for that matter. I think the people have both the tendencies within them, that is intolerance as well as tolerance. It all depends on what is the kind of ruling idea which is inspiring that. If it has inspired baser moments in me and baser instincts in me, that really will come to fore. And if the political leadership is sagacious enough to bring about, same Gandhi for that matter, he was also living the similar kind of a world where the tolerance and intolerance both were exhibited. But imagine everybody became so tolerant towards him. When you're talking about Badshah Khan, you have this Badshah Khan coming up to Sevagram and Gandhi asking people to cook beef for him, and he was being fed beef so you have a leadership which can prod the kind of tolerance and the respect for human life, or mutual sensitivity towards each other. And you also have a leadership which can go exactly opposite of that. It all depends on the political discourse of the time, which can prod different kind of emotions from me, whether it can either it can become very baser emotions, or it can also become very lofty emotions. It all just depends on the kind of political discourse that is going on. Like, I don't know if this picture of which became a very famous picture of during the Gujarat riots, this man who had been holding his hand in almost like a subservience, and he was asking for forgiveness when there was that picture has only that man being shown, and there was another man who was once again, it was a cover magazine photograph of some magazine, whereby you had this man holding Jai Sri Ram kind of a thing, and with a band on his head, which was, and both of these men were brought together after 10 years or 15 years, and they were both put together, and they perhaps opened a shoe shop in Calcutta, where both of them were there, and they were inaugurating so the same 2002, which in fact created such kind of a baser emotions that they became almost flaring up. Religious symbolism was so flared up that one was almost on the verge of killing the other. And here again, 10 years after that, not only emotions have subsided, but they have become friends. So this is what I have a feeling. It depends on the political discourse of the time, how people will respond to their neighbors. If political discourse is full of toxicity, the people are going to take that up. I would not say Hinduism is a very tolerant or intolerant, or Islam is extremely intolerant or tolerant. I would see that what kind of a political discourse is current at that time. What is a political leadership's main thought about it? I think that is a more important indicators of people's behavior, rather than some kind of an innate nature of people. I don't think people innately are tolerant or intolerant. It all depends on how they are herded together, how they are motivated, and so I have a feeling that religiosity, I don't know if my grandmother would have behaved if she would have been young, and if she would have behaved in a similar way, because she might be swayed by the kind of political discourse that is happening around. Because I see the videos that are coming up. Some of the students of mine shows videos that are coming up from the rural India, whereby the crass kind of a communication is happening between the two religious group. I saw a video whereby a boy who was selling some kind of an ice cream in a village, and here is a man who's asked him, "Kaun ho tum?" And he says that I'm sorrow. He says, "Tum katwa ho na?" And then he keeps saying him the katwa hai, and ultimately he accepts the fact that yes, I am a Muslim, but but he's doing his earning, he is doing his livelihood, and how can you just do this kind? So it all depends on I think even rural India is getting contaminated that time at this point. To say that Hindus per se are extremely tolerant, I think it would be a far-fetched idea to go about. I think it is a political matter. It's a political discourse. I have a feeling that way. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a great reminder of how religions, which in a sense cater to society and try to mirror it, religion, society, individuals, they all contain multitudes. The two people you spoke about are, Kutubuddin Ansari and Ashok Parmar. And so, that also is a great illustration of how you kind of make this remarkable journey. And I have, therefore, like a follow-up sort of thought that strikes me on this, and I'm just thinking aloud, is that you mentioned that it matters what is the dominant current of that strain, which part of your nature is it appealing to? And, you refer to Gandhi and you talked about how leadership matters. And I'm thinking about the incentives of politicians. Like at one point, like it's been a popular lament among people often that, hey, look at the great quality of the leaders who got us independence, and look at the terrible quality of leaders today. And the argument I made was, look at the incentives. That the leaders who arose during that time, Gandhi, Nehru, Ambedkar, all of them, they had no chance of getting political power. So when they came into the field, they were animated by something else, not by lust for power. They were animated by higher principles, and therefore that is a kind of people that politics attracted, the freedom movement attracted. No personal gain really possible in there. You just believe in something so much you'll die for it. And today, people who are attracted to politics, a kind of game it is, a kind of power the state has, are attracted by the lust for power. They want to get into that game. There is that interplay between money and power and so on. So you're getting a different kind of politician. And today, the core existential fact of politics is that to be a successful politician, you have to win elections. It is easier to get votes in the name of hate than in the name of love. I mean, just a basic fact. The political theorist Carl Schmitt once said that in politics, to be successful, you need the other. You need an enemy. You need to articulate who the enemy is, which means the narrative necessarily has to be simplistic. And this has especially become this way in sort of Indian politics today. So if there is someone today with the temperament of a Gandhi or a Nehru, he's more likely to be doing what you are doing, for example, than actually entering the battlefield of politics, because they won't last a day. They won't even, because with the kind of rhetoric that they had then, it's very difficult, and which is also why you see even opposition parties today all assuming, and I don't know if it's a correct assumption, I hope it's not, but they're all assuming that the Hindu vote is something that is there. And therefore, there are different strains of soft Hindutva come up, whether it's Aam Aadmi Party doing Hanuman Chalisa and saying, hey, the abrogation of, what happened in Kashmir 370 was correct and all of that. You even have, in the Congress, you will have these noises. You will have the Gandhis going to temples and, doing all this shosha. And it almost seems to be a belief that this monolithic Hindu vote, as it were, or the power of religion in the electoral battlefield is a given. And that's what makes me sort of wonder how the tide can be turned. And that also makes me wonder whether it was inevitable, given the kind of society that we are and given the nature of politics, where hate will get more people to the ballot box than love, that things were going to take this turn. And you have actually written a book which is a forensic account of Indian politics through all of these decades, right? Even if it's through the prism of one person, but it's a forensic account of Indian politics. I got so many insights from it. What is your sense of this then? That, of course, I agree with you that we have all these we contain multitudes. We have all these different strains within us, tolerance and intolerance. But politicians today are more likely to appeal to the intolerance, to appeal to our baser instincts, because that is what motivates people to go out to the ballot box.
I think before going to the George biography, I would talk about a little about my earlier book, which was the Gandhi's Khadi movement. You see, Gandhi, to large extent, Khadi movement became one of the greatest experiment in the first kind of NGOs in that sense. You had every town, every village had Khadi bhandars and Gandhi ghar and also charkha kendras. So you had all these. Every village had almost, and this was done without state support. Let me tell you, this was done all by one man with one passion, whereby he wanted to do this and he wanted to bring two or three things out of it. One is, of course, supporting political activists, because these political activists, they needed livelihood to do and have to have a livelihood. And so Gandhi thought that with the help of Khadi movement, he can make political activists independent of any dependency over outside sources of funding. He can just generate fund out of Khadi work, and in the times when the political agitation is not going on, he would be working on that. And then when the political agitation goes, and he used to call these Khadi workers as the soldiers in the barrack. So you have a barrack in which the Khadi work is going on and they are earning livelihood out of it. And when it comes to political agitation, which used to happen some kind of a decade distance, they would be drawn into it and they will be acting in it. What has happened in the post-independence time, that slowly the grassroots grassroots attachment or grassroots activism of the politicians have completely died down. You don't really have now people working in the grassroots. What you really have is the emotional upsurge. You can only draw people because you are not really associated with the everyday livelihood issues or the turmoils that the people are facing. So you start doing the emotional issues. You bringing emotional issues. Ram Mandir is extremely emotional issue. Not many people would be going there to do the worship. And even if it become a center of tourism for that matter, it might become a center of tourism. People might go. I remember Ambedkar doing a program for temple entry in 1930s of a temple called Kala Ram, because the Ram in that temple is Kala because he is made of black stone. And they led the movement for a very long time to enter into the temple, the untouchables, so-called untouchables, their entry point there. Now that what really happened, that after all these things, Ambedkar came to the conclusion that this would not lead to much, because this is an emotional issue for that matter. What we really need is not the entry into the temple, but we need is the representation into the policy making bodies. Now, what is happening is that the policy making is becoming a very shrunken affair. That is the one thing. Second, the political activism of the politicians are reducing day by day. So what we need is the emotional upsurge. And therefore, I would not say Gandhi was driven completely by love. I would not say that he did not have a other in his mind. Certainly the British were the other for him, and so there was an othering process even with Gandhi. But he could also make a distinction between man and machine. He used to call British rule as some kind of a satanic machine. And thereby he made a distinction between the British people and the British rule. And he was targeting the British rule. But when you say that the Babar ke Santan, then you are attacking the men. You're not attacking the Babar Sultanate or Babar's. You're talking about you're seeing today's Muslims as somebody's descendant of Babar. And whatever Babar committed, you want to take a reparation. You want to demand reparation out of it. The point what I'm trying to mention, that othering is an inevitable process of political mobilization. Let's not say that. Let's not say that this is not true in that phase or this phase. This is a true phenomena, a political phenomena whereby you need to have an enemy to mobilize certain people. Whom do you regard as as an enemy becomes an important indicator for your leadership. Whether you really regard that of your own people, there is a one section of people who are your enemy, then it becomes a different kind of a politics. Gandhi never made any of his own people enemy. He made, and that too when he regarded British as an enemy, he always thought the British as a rulers, not exactly as a men who were the enemy of him. So when he talked about, in Hind Swaraj for that matter, when he talks about British, empire, he says that this is a satanic empire, whereby and it is a civilizational problem, and we don't want independence to become brown rulers of this country in the same with the same parameters. What he is trying to say, and he has a very graphic descriptive phrase where he says that you want tiger. You don't want tiger, but you want tiger skin. So you want to change the tiger skin to become once again similar. You want to retain the nature of the tiger by changing the skin of the tiger. So you don't want white skin now. You want the brown skin, but you want to retain the nature of the tiger. So that's why his attack is on the systemic, the system that is created by the British for that matter. So he's attacking railways. He's attacking. So there is an othering process existing even in Gandhi. I would not say that doesn't exist. The important thing is that when you are making your own people, one kind of people as other, and then the politics becomes politics of conflagration, politics of conflict, politics whereby you have majority and minority feeling. Gandhi did not have that. His prayer meetings had all the scriptures from the different religion, and those scriptures, the selected phrases from there, he used to sing in his prayer meeting. Can we do that kind of a thing today? We cannot do that kind of a thing today. We cannot do it because the political leadership doesn't want that. It wants to capitalize on our baser instincts. It wants to use our baser instincts to be in the power. And this is what I would say is a difference from the current, from what we had in the pre-independence time and what we have now. Otherwise, the methods are the same. You do have othering, which was earlier there. You do have that's why I started with you by giving you example of this lady who said that the जो सुअर का मांस खाता है उसको स्कूल जाने का अधिकार नहीं है. So there is an othering process existing in the village also. Let's say that, okay. And this is where sometimes when you either you cultivate that, the baser instinct, or you try to douse that depends on the political leadership. And what is happening today is that we are trying to conflagrate that. We are trying to prod that spores which to make us more the bitterness about the other person, and this is something which is crucial in the current politics, which was missing in Gandhi's politics. Gandhi was never ever, even when he did the bonfire of the foreign clothes, he didn't say that he was hurting the British for that matter. He said that Indian people, by taking up these foreign clothes, have crippled their own artisans. That's why he's burning clothes. He's not burning clothes. And there was a big debate between Gandhi and Tagore on the question of just merely burning the cloth, because Tagore said that this is going against the people's work, or somebody must have been in Lancashire or anywhere for that matter who has produced these clothes. If you burn it, you are going against the man's work. And so Gandhi said that, yes, I believe in a house in which windows and doors are open. I will let all the bridges come in, but my foundation will be so strong that my house will not be blown away. Now, that is the problem here. 70 years or 80 years later, we have a house whereby not only our houses are closed, our windows and doors are closed, but we are making it some kind of a celebration of narrowness. That's something which is really painful for that matter, because we started really well. Let me tell you, we started very well. Why did it happen and how did it happen? That's really a long course. As far as George is concerned, I tell you, he had lots of Gandhian traits in him. Politics do require a lot of things, which we are not going to at this point. But as far as the ideological formation of George is concerned, he never, in fact, ever, for that matter, has othered any people in this country. In fact, that's why he has somebody who saw the people of this country without the prism of dividing people. Even when he's fighting for the urban laborers, for that matter, or he's fighting for the municipal workers, for that matter, or even for the railway workers, for that matter, he is not othering the other section of the people. He is othering the ruling regime. Now, what is happening is there is a lot of a diametrically changed environment today. We are othering a person, a people, and that is a real. I think that's a real problem. That's really. I think that's really problem, because two of the books that I did, one on Gandhi and another on George, has given me enough inkling or enough insight into the politics of this country, and that's why I would say that George is in fact a very dark book in that sense that it talks about a lot of things. Which we'll talk a little later on. So, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to George. This is fascinating, and it's also, you mentioned both Gandhi and Ambedkar, and their journeys in how their thinking evolved is also so fascinating, in the sense that, Ambedkar initially fighting to get Dalits into temples, but then later saying, quote, temple going is of no consequence at all, stop quote, when he realized that the problem is, Hinduism itself. It's not so much temple entry per se, and you got to tackle that problem. And Gandhi also, in Hind Swaraj, he ranted against the railways, which he said spread disease. He ranted against doctors and said we don't need doctors. And on a lot of that, obviously, he is sort of clearly and ludicrously wrong. But on a lot of that, he changed his mind, especially in his lived experience, where he did travel by railways, where he did sort of use modern medicine and all of that. And that whole journey is sort of so fascinating. I have a further question to dig down, because I'm thinking about, you know, what you said about George Fernandez and the grassroots, and we'll talk about him in more detail later also. But also, I'm wondering if the incentives at play today in modern electoral politics are also a consequence of the structure of government. Because what we did in when the republic was founded is that government was extremely centralized. It, the federalism was kind of in name, but it was extremely centralized. And what has also happened over the last few years is that it has become more and more central. And like in the late 80s, we had, for example, the anti-defection law, which meant that, you had to vote with the party whip in parliament, and therefore you can run parliament from an Excel sheet. And that also has a centralizing impulse. Within parties, you had a centralizing impulse, for example, in the Congress, where Indira Gandhi in the 70s basically made sure that, she would appoint the chief minister of a state. You wouldn't have that vibrant local politics anymore. And the consequence of this centralization is that you have much less local governance. Now, what happens is, if I am on the grassroots, let's say that it matters if I win my municipality election, which of course was the first election George Fernandez won, that, I am with the people, they have immediate problems, ki yahan pe pothole hai, garbage collection isn't happening, water supply isn't good, I am the guy, I can do something about all of these, therefore I ask for your vote, therefore you vote for me. There's a direct link. And these abstract issues of so and so is the other and Muslims are this and all of that don't come into play. It's a governance thing, and that happens because politics is local. But today, there is not today, I mean, for all of our decades, but even more so today, there is no link between power and accountability at the local level, right? Who you can actually vote for has no consequence on the garbage outside your house. And the result of that, I think, is twofold. One is that a lot of people have just become apathetic about their local issues, and assumed that governance will continue to be horrible, and it is what it is. And maybe if the MLA is from my caste, I can approach him and I can get something done. But otherwise, there is a general apathy about governance, and therefore you can easily plug into these narrative battles which are happening. So when you have a great national election, the villager who is going to the ballot box in a general election is not voting on the basis of the school needs another story, the teacher has to show up on time, or any of the real problems that they might face in their lives. But this grand civilizational narrative battle, which is so incredibly toxic. And again, throughout the pattern throughout George Fernandez's career is that he's there among the people. He slept on the streets. He has been in the docks with the workers. He's gone through the same shit as them. They know that. They appreciate that. They want him to be their leader. It's not just that he's campaigning for it. And through the decades, you kind of see that pattern till a certain point, that he is one among the people. Therefore, he has a support. He's fighting for them immediately. But then, beyond a point, local politics almost ceases to have meaning because people are apathetic, governance doesn't matter, hamara kuch nahi hoga, and then these larger abstract narratives take over. And I'm kind of just thinking aloud, but so what are your sort of thoughts on how the centralized structure plays into this?
I had George's private papers with me, and there were files after files in which the letters from the constituency people, that is a file there. And these letters give you an insight into their aspirations and what they are and expectations from their MP. And in the 70s, I found that these letters are mostly about their local needs. They need a school there, or they need a road is not pliable, or maybe they need a bank where they can open their account and all. And sometimes there are also complaints about somebody has been murdered and police is not investigating, or police. So the expectations from an MP is almost enormous. Okay. Now what has happened that MP by himself cannot really fulfill these demands. He needs to mobilize the local administration for that. And that has a limitation, because you have almost 10 lakh people in one constituency and you are representing them. Now, can you really cater to everyone's need? Because everyone has a need. Everyone needs to go to hospital. Everybody needs to have their ward admitted into school or colleges, or everybody needs a loan to work out some kind of industry. Everybody needs a job. Everybody needs to, all these issues. And there is a caste violence and bigger narrative as well. So what do you do with this? How do you do this? Can you really fulfill the needs of all the people who come to you? Okay. Can you even see those 10 lakh people during the 5 years that you are representing them? That is the real problem with this country's representation system now. Uh, I think most of the MPs do not win the second election because of this fact, because they are unable to fulfill the aspirations and demands of their electors, and therefore they do the best thing they do is to change the constituency. They keep changing the constituency, okay, because that is the again you provide a newness to the other people and they have new expectations out of you. I was told Bhairon Singh Shekhawat, for that matter, who was the former vice president of India, he in fact never fought the election from the same constituency throughout his career. He kept changing his constituency. Now that is one problem. This is a problem with the representation system. 10 lakh people cannot be satisfied by the need by the activism of one MP. So he has to depend on certain brokers, for that matter. And this is the beginning of what we call the political delegations, or you delegate authorities to local people, some people. And that's also the beginning of corruption, in that sense that you give some kind of a wad of notes to some local broker or local who might be aspiring for the MLA ship and kind of a thing, and he wins the vote for you. He brings the votes for you. And so the disconnect between the MP and the constituency people is for the first time what it happens, that it happened in fact in 1967, that it was the last time when the elections happened. The state and the central elections were held together. After that, the state elections and the central elections were separated. And now again there is a talk of, I don't know what's the politics behind it, but the separation, what it happened, that many MPs who were getting defeated because of the non-performance of MLAs or their own, they said that we have nothing to do with the local issues. We are a legislatures of central parliament, so we need to be judged or evaluated on our performance in parliament rather than what we provided to our constituency people. And this, I guess, is the beginning of many issues. But this also is an evidence of limitation of Indian parliamentary system, for that matter. How would an MP cater to the needs of his constituency, which should be catered by his municipal ward elected member, in fact, which is the job of municipality to do, or panchayat to do. But why an MP is expected to perform those kind of activities or those kind of functions which are in fact can be performed or should be performed by the local administration? The local administration has died down in many of the places. Many of the, like, even if you take for instance the Swachh Bharat thing that is happening, suddenly you see the streets of Hoj becoming very clean. Now, why it is so clean? Somebody would ask a question, why it is so clean and now why it's so... I think what has happened that that at the local level, at the local administration level, you have not really given them or invested them with the power, with the functionalities, the defined functionalities, and also with the finances. And so they have no say in deciding where the finance will come from and where it will be invested. And so all the things happen, like you were talking about the centralization. So the decisions are made at the central level, and these are percolated down with a specific financial outlay defined, the function defined, and also the manpower defined, and how the recruitment, everything for that matter. Now I'm told that the Prime Minister has said that everybody has to, all the institution has to recruit certain number of the people in a given time frame. And so everybody across the country are putting out advertisements, all the institutions, and how many of those will be recruited, and but they are doing it under the direction from the top. So I have a feeling that yes, centralization has created has brought lot of new problems in this, which in fact in the times of Nehru it was not so evident, because that time we were only thinking about certain institutions that came up. But today, when the people have become extremely aware, when they are having their own aspirations, and they also have been exposed to the worldwide living indexes, they need to become much more self-dependent and much more they need to have a much more say in the policy making designs in their own locality. I have the centralization has certainly sapped the energy. Centralization has also sapped the initiatives, and centralization has also sapped people's own attachment to their locality. And this, I think, has started with the kind of representation system that we have. I think there has to be some kind of rejig of representation system. We need to engineer that again if we are serious about involving people into the. You look at the Modi's, the Man Fridays for that matter. They're all bureaucrats for that matter who worked with him in Gujarat, and so they are being, after retirement, they are being placed in the different areas. So you don't really have even BJP people coming into the process. You have the bureaucrats being so I think that's really centralization is I very well pointed out by you that is a crux of a problem. We have decentralization only in the name, which is in fact evident even at the panchayat level, when we have pradhan patis being working out as representatives when their wives are elected. So this is something which is a really crux of the issue. Yeah.
For listeners who want to sort of dig deeper into this, I'll put some links in the show notes. I had an episode with Shruti Rajgopalan on the disconnect between power and accountability at the local level. And recently I had an episode with R.S. Neelakantan on North-South relations, and one sort of illustration of too much centralization is that if you look at a state like Kerala, they have problems of obesity and diabetes because they have come so far. And you look at a state like Bihar, you have problems of malnourishment and so on, right? But all that Delhi can see is north problems. So there is a centralized scheme which is just to increase everybody's calorie intake, which is great for Bihar, but totally doesn't match Kerala, and so you need local solutions to emerge, which can only happen within a local structure. I want to take a step away from politics for a moment and go back to the personal. And I was also struck by something that you said about how you started school late. And you said that starting school early can sometimes be a problem. And one thing that I've been thinking about recently is how underrated leisure time is. Right? That when we think of wealth in terms of money. At one level, wealth is also leisure. How do we grow? We also grow sometimes because we have the leisure time to do whatever the hell it is. We could be walking in the garden, we could be talking to people in the neighborhood, we could be reading books, we could be doing whatever. But leisure becomes an important component. And my friend Ajay Shah keeps talking about how too much of modern life becomes goal-directed. Right? So a kid will start school at 3. Parents will say, get her educated early, coding sikhao. And generally, and you go through school and everything is goal directed. IIT karna hai, IIM karna hai, Citibank mein vice president banna hai, etc., etc. And you go through all these goals and everything is defined for you. And this is essentially what you do. And your worldview doesn't expand beyond that. And the people whose worldview, who have more leisure, are actually on the extremes of society. You could be in a really privileged family for whom this doesn't really matter, so the kids are growing up with books around them, interesting conversations, and everything is not goal directed. Or in the really poor family at the village level where the kid is never going to get into an IIT. Matlab wo privilege hi nahi hai. And therefore you have a little more leisure and the days are sort of have more scope for you to try different things. So tell me a little bit about this aspect of your growing up, that with the, like, one at just a conceptual level, what do you feel about this? The importance of leisure and the fact that too often we push our kids onto treadmills, right? And then they are stuck there. And at a narrative level, at your own this thing, I'd love to hear what you did with your free time. Like, what games did you play? Did you like reading? What kind of books would you read when you started reading? all of that, that's really fascinating to me. Not just the things that you did to arrive at where you are, but that leisure time, that free time.
Well, I never thought that I had a goal of becoming a writer or becoming a university professor or something. I think, yes, I like when I was in the school, my father used to take all these magazines, and we were in Ramagundam, where the place used to be, this India Today or Delhi newspapers. They used to arrive at afternoon. So I was used to read those newspapers, and then stay whole night reading those newspapers. It's a bunch of newspapers that my father used to get. So the newspapers reading at the time, and the India Today and the Frontline had been just launched at that time when I was in school. Yes, mainly these two magazines, the Frontline and Illustrated Weekly, for that matter. It's still running at that time. And these magazines, I was reading not exactly as a syllabus or something like that. I was just fascinated with this sudden exposure that I had to the world outside my house or something. And I had a room. Fortunately, my parents gave me a room, and I used to remain awake till 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, even while I was at school, and then rush to school. As I said to you, in JNU, we didn't really read from learned anything from the classroom. In fact, but we still had to attend the classroom. We had to go to the classroom because there were course to be completed. There were exams to be given. What I feel today in my own university, we have a extreme emphasis on the timetables, on the classroom, which in fact makes everybody very lethargic. You have to just be in the classroom and just give an attendance and be there and kind of and listen to the something. And the teachers also have to come every day for teaching. It's just almost like you are manning a group of young kids who are not young kids. They are 22, 23-year-old adults, and they need to be given some kind of a food for thought, rather than given some kind of a just a monologue from one side of the of barrier. I have a feeling that leisure is not really valued, and that is the one thing. But I would not even call it leisure. I would like to call it this experience to be with oneself. It's nothing like leisure will be some kind of a like in Germany, I was told there is a leisure industry, for that matter, whereby people have different entertainment field where people come and be there. I would not go into that kind of a understanding here. I would like to say that give some students to reflect upon, some time to reflect upon. Give him some, like when the Delhi riots happened, I took my students to the site where the riots happened. I was with them, and that kind of a learning which we received, I think I would not have learned it if I had just read the newspapers and thought about it, that okay, this is. I need to also go into the field to understand and to get to direct exchange, direct interaction with the issues. And I think that is what is lacking, because what reflection, what you say as a leisure reflection, that can only happen if I have a human interaction. And that's an important thing. It doesn't matter that whether you are having 2 hours or 3 hours in a day and you sit quietly. You may not reflect upon anything if you don't really have an issue to reflect upon. You need to have an issue, and you need to have an issue which has touched your chord. It's very important to have issues which have touched your chord or have defined you in some way. Like when I went to this riot affected areas of Delhi in 2022 March, February end and beginning of March, the kind of scenes that I saw, the cars, the whole garage being burnt out, and all the big cars have totally been incinerated. The schools being incinerated, the people, you can see the whole structure, masjids and mandirs, everything has been burnt alive, and you see the people around, and I went inside the masjid and I could see that how what kind of a devastation that has happened. So these things, where when you read a book on riots or on the communal conflagration, will not give me enough reflective push, I need to also go and get interacted with the people. What is happening? One, yes, reflective time has been reduced. We don't really reflect. We have lots of the forms of engagement. If we are not doing anything, we are on the social media, we are looking into the screen time, the kind of screen time that we invest now. So we are not really spending time with ourselves. That is the one thing. Second, we have no human interaction with the real issues. Okay, we are not going into the field to know about how is the Najafgarh Nala not working, and why it is so much of a pollution in Yamuna, for that matter. We are not doing those kind of things. We are talking, even in the newspapers nowadays, we hear there is a tourism of all kinds, But I think we need to go beyond this touch and go affair. We need to really get our hands a little dirtied, and by being actually. I remember this. I was buying some vegetable, and there was this lady who came, and somebody who just went beyond her in the queue, and she said that why do you do that? I'm standing behind you. I mean, say you are going before me. And he said that, what is your problem? Okay, I stand here, you do your you get your purchase first. And then I said, bhai, she only said to you, please come in the queue. Why don't you do this? What is the problem? She has not really insulted or hurt your ego by saying this. Why are you so angry on her? She has only said to you that please come in the queue. And then that lady says, nobody speaks like this nowadays. Nobody offers support for this kind of a thing. I really am feeling good that you at least spoke about it. So the point is this, that we are getting more narrower and narrower in our concerns. That's the one thing. We are getting co-opted in our own cocoons, and we are not really concerned with our neighborhood. We are not concerned with our own people. We are not concerned with anybody, for that matter. There is a lot of self-projection happening. That is a different thing. But more than the leisure, there has to be a time to reflect upon our action, our deeds, our thoughts. And secondly, we need to meet more and more human issues and human environment. We need to be in the human environment. We are not in the human environment at this point. I guess Gandhi could draw, or Ambedkar could draw so many people on their agenda. It was only because they could touch their chord, and they could bring those people. I guess now that is not really happening. That's why you need these kind of issues. You don't need, because you're not really touching me. So I see a video, get really conflagrated about it, that okay, they are doing this, they are doing that. There was this lady who said that Muslim Hindu population to 50-50 ho gaya hai. मैं बोला कि how do you know about it? No, that's why the census is not being done. Now that whole thing was reversed. The census is not being done because the 50-50 population ho gaya hai, and so all these, I guess.
No, that's a beautiful and very powerful, nuanced point that you made about leisure. And I agree with you that it is not enough to have leisure if you're going to spend your 2 free hours on a smartphone just scrolling up and down and swiping left and right. You're going from sensation to sensation. I also agree with you on the great point about atomization. Like, one image that I keep bringing up on the show and asking people about is that nowadays you'll go to a cafe or char log baithe hai and they're all looking into their phones. They're not even together. They're physically in the same space, but they're not even together. And to this, one of my guests gave me the counterpoint that it's not so bad. They are, engaging with the world and all of that through their phones. So, theek hai. And the point you made about self-reflection is also great, because I keep thinking about it, because I look back at my own life. I'm in my late 40s. I look back at my own life and I realize that for most of my life, I did not self-reflect, or I did not self-reflect adequately. And even now, I'm probably fooling myself in the self-reflection I do, because, there's always more you can do. But most people don't self-reflect at all. Most people have no kind of awareness. We all by default, we fall into the main character syndrome, that I am, that we treat the world as a video game around us. Everyone else is a prop. Everyone else is a character. All human actions are instrumental, and that's how we live our lives. And I think it's important to make the space and to make the leisure time, not to get lost in sensations, like you said, but to actually be able to reflect on yourself and the world around you. And my question here then is, what do you feel about the importance of reading in this? Right? Because one of the things that struck me about George Fernandez, for example, is his voracious appetite for reading. like you describe how, when he was in the seminary in Bangalore at the age of 17 in 1947, he'd use his stipend money, he'd buy books with that, and he'd, find soldiers who would have books, and he'd pick them up, he'd cultivate friendships, and he would get books from people. And to the point where he once said, I have about 300 books. And when he moved then to the St. Peter's Major Seminary, he took his books, and even ordained priests would come and borrow books from him. And that is when he is 17. And then much later, and he's been in jail at different times. During the emergency 1963, he was arrested on 3rd 4th April, if I remember correctly. And there also you point out that, and I'll quote from what you've written, where you write, in jail George was mostly doing two things: writing letters and reading books that he procured from outside. He retained a handwritten copy of each letter he wrote to friends, colleagues, and family members. The solitude in jail gave him ample opportunity to devour an enormous amount of reading material. And then later he said, the time of my life is here to read and study. He kept a list of the books he read, and he would give critiques. You've written about how he, for example, he read The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich twice because he wanted to understand how could people allow this to happen to them, which is such a valid question today also. And you speak about how, he read Michael Ford's biography of Anna and Bevan, and then he wrote to his friend with a very nuanced critique of it, which you've reproduced. You've reproduced some lines from that. And here's a man who's making the effort to read and educate himself about the world. So it is not only that he is in the grassroots, he's among the people, he slept on the street, he's with them, but he's also educating himself all the time, taking every opportunity. And more, like, I won't quote the person who said this, a former minister from a previous BJP government said about Modi's government at one point, and he named 4 people in it. And he said that you take, including Mr. Modi, and he said all these 4 people in the last 4 years have read 0 books between them, right? Which is, a really sort of to me, an important point. What is your sense? And again, I'll break this question into 2 parts. About one, that what do you feel is the importance of reading, especially in public life? And, at one level, people may read more for instrumental aims so that they can use the knowledge that they get. But at another level, when you read novels, when you read literary fiction, you're not reading for that reason, but it is important. It makes you a broader, deeper person, more empathetic, gives you more dots to connect the world. That is one level. And do politicians today, do you think, do they read more or less? Has something fundamental changed? Because you've written about so many politicians in your book. And the second question is about the role of reading in your life. That, you've sort of indicated in your answer that you just read whatever you could get your hands on. Illustrated Weekly hai to hai, theek hai, pad lenge, cover to cover. Much like me, you read whatever you get, right? But also, is there an intentionality you put into your reading, and not an intentionality obviously in the sense of कि मैं इस पे किताब लिख रहा हूँ, तो obviously I have a reading list, but beyond that a reading habit is useful, it should happen. Like, you teach so many young people, so what do you notice about their reading habits, and what do you try to do to shape them?
Reading is quite a limited enterprise. I think not many people read. I would not say anything against those people, because reading is a luxury. Let me tell you, it is a luxury. You need to buy a book, you need to have a time enough to read that book, and then if you read that book and if you don't think about that book, then again it's of no use. So many, I would say that reading is not a simple affair of enlarging your knowledge or this. Reading is requires certain logistic support, which is in fact not everybody in a poor country like ours will have, in fact. So, but there are people like Ambedkar, for that matter. He had a massive library, and he was so much concerned about his library than his own family, over that matter. And he retained that, and again he would spend a lot of money on buying his books, and he did not really come from that kind of a family where he had lots of money and things like. So he was earning, and he was plowing back in books. Gandhi and Nehru, we all know, and most of the national movement leaders, in fact, they were well-read people. In the post-independence time, I would not say people like Lohia did not read. Okay, I would not say people like JP did not read. They read, and they also reflected upon, and they also wrote. Okay, I have a feeling George was the last of the socialists who was a good reader, for that matter. Okay, because after that, the socialism got devolved into the caste competition, for that matter. So you had the caste groupings who acquired Lohiite names for themselves, but it was mainly a caste-based parties that came up, and reading did not really was not really necessary for these caste-based parties, because they were had a you don't have to create a constituency. You have a primordial loyalties to cultivate, which doesn't require enlarging your. It is in fact requiring you to become more narrower and narrower. Reading enlarges your thinking. In fact, when I was doing George biography, I read as many non-fiction book as fictions. I read. Not many people have noticed it. Nobody has said to me as yet. But my book on George biography is written very much. In fact, I will not say that anything for that matter. Let people say it. But I would say that I was inspired by Garcia Marquez for the way he has done 100 Years of Solitude, or the way he has done The Love in the Times of Cholera, or other books for that matter. In fact, No One Writes to Colonel, or even for many books for that matter. And then the second author which really inspired me to write the way I wanted to write. The basic premise that I began with when I started writing on George was to make people read his story. I had no absolute concern about the academic purity and all. I did not want to put any kind of an argument. I did not want to bring any kind of a social science element into it. But I did massive research in that sense. I did a massive research looking into the different aspects of it. And I like Ram Guha keeps saying about the number of the characters which are there in Gandhi biography of his. In George book as well, you will find number of the characters being talked about. You have people starting from his childhood, and then people at the end of his life. You have women in his life. You have political colleagues in his life. You have constituency people in his life, and all these people, competitors as well as the compatriots, and all these people, and they all required a lot of reading. In fact, I needed to do almost 100 biographies before I could do George biography, because I need to know as much about Madhulimiya as about George, because I was tracing their friendship and the kind of ups and downs that friendship went. I needed to know about Indira Gandhi and Charan Singh as much as I was needing to know about George. I was needing to know about JP and Lohia. I was needing to know about Rajnarayan, and then of course Jaya Jetli and Laila Kabir and all the people that came in his life. During emergency, he was writing circulars, and in those circulars, he prescribes readings for the people, and most of these readings came from the anti-Nazi resistance, like what happened in Paris, or what happened in Stockholm, or what happened in Germany, and all those books, like John Steinbeck's book, the moon is down, or Lepre Collins' The Paris is Burning. All these books he prescribed for his underground colleagues to read, and it was not about and he in fact prescribes people. He says to those people whom he has prescribed for reading these readings, he says that read it in such a fashion that you imbibe the ethos of that character, so that you behave in the same way. Because he is trying to point out different characters in these books who could be helpful if you adopt those characters in your life, and you behave in the similar way, or you act in the same in the same way. Now, George not only was reading himself, he was also prescribing readings to other people. In fact, they went to the court in 1963. They went to the court when they were restricted by the court, by the police, by the jail authorities on the number of the books that they could keep in their room. And so he went into the court asking for the permission to keep as many books as possible, and the court allowed it. The court allowed it to keep him to keep as many books as possible. So reading on the 2-1, yes, George is a voracious reader. In fact, I was not only I was private to his private papers, but I was also private to his library, and I could see that kind of books that he had, the kind of and it was not just of one kind, that only politics. He's reading a variety of subjects. He is in economics, the political resistance, the protest, the democracy, all kind of subjects, and the novels for that matter. So you have Herman Hesse's, you have Miller, all kind of people he is reading, and so his reading is certainly of a widespread range. When I started writing it, I needed to read all the literature that he has read it, because I wanted to get a feel of that I wanted to get a feel that, okay, if he's talking about John Steinbeck, then I need to read his book. I need to read the whole text of what he has written about in his book, Moon is Down. I needed to read that. I needed to read Lepre Collins' book, Paris is Burning. I needed to also read all the literature that he he when I was writing about his days in the jail. I needed to read the people whom he has described in his circulars, and see that how what kind of inspiration he gets, and how does he behave when he's being interrogated, and how does he behave when he is in the jail. So I read quite a number of the books, quite a number of the books, just to do this biography, because I needed to get a feel of his own inspiration, or his own references that he has in his mind. So reading for me, in fact, let me tell you, I have a big library at my own home, and since the time I was with my parents, I was not having that exposure to many books, so I used to read newspapers and magazines. Later I started reading books when I came to JNU. And I think even when I was living with my grandparents, we had lots of different kind of books that I used to. I think I remember reading Lepre Collins' Freedom at Midnight when I was a very small kid, and it was very inspiring book for that matter at that time, and it really left a deep impact on me, not just with its content but also the way it was written. And I think when I started writing, George, I suddenly one day it occurred to me that I have this is a writer's work. This is not a historian's work, and I was really baffled, and I was also overawed by the fact that I'm doing some kind of a writer's work, because what I had conceived myself as a biographer, as a historian, and it really, you can, as a historian, you really, you don't have you can take liberty with a lot of things. You can just write say long quotes and do that kind of a thing. But when you're trying to convey a message, that is a writer's job, and when you do that, you need to keep reader in the mind when you're writing something. And I think I developed during writing of the George, and because there were so many different kinds of sources I was using, like when I was doing Gandhi's Khadi, I was dependent only on one kind of a source, that is a collected work of Mahatma Gandhi, which I was using for my work, and it was a only reference point for me. I collected everything on Khadi from the 100 volumes of Mahatma Gandhi, which I read all of those, and each of those volumes comprises of some 500 pages. So I was reading those, but when I was dealing with a George, I had a variety of sources, and there were files after files of letters from where the story was made, like not much has been written on the underground movement during the emergency. Not much has been written on the municipal municipal workers movement in this country, and not much has been written also on the perspective of leadership of railway strike. So, and in fact also the Socialist Party and socialism in this country. We know how the trajectory of Socialist Party moved, but we really don't know much about the Lohia JP conflict. We really don't know much about how the party itself went through the whole schisms and coming together and the mergers, and how it happened, what kind of, so to go into those kind of things required a widespread reading. In fact, I was reading all the party resolutions. I was reading Socialist Party resolutions, and the leadership that came up, and this reading was not about not of the books alone. The private paper collections of the people like Madhulemie in Teen Murti, which was stored in Teen Murthy, besides George, which was with me, Rama Mitra, people like Badri Vishal Pitti, JP, Lohia for that matter, all these people's private paper collections, they had to be read, and they had to be not just read, but put into the context. So reading, of course, I think I would not have been able to do the kind of book that George book required me to, the kind of treatment that it required, if I had been a lazy reader. No, it is not possible. Not possible.
No, I will just say here that I think you have succeeded in the book as both a historian and a writer. Like, one of the adjectives I'd use for the book is novelistic. One, because of the storytelling and the way, the narrative takes you along, but also in the way that there are so many different strands. That novels can be complex in a way that other books can't. And this is not only a book about George Fernandez. I learned a lot about Madhu Limaye, about Lohia, about, Jaya Jetli and Laila Kabir. And all of these characters are not, they're not side characters where only George is a book. They all have their arcs and all of that. I want to sort of briefly digress and take a double click on what you mentioned earlier about how, as politics changes and politics becomes more caste oriented and all of that, you speak about how your ambit has narrowed down and reading broadens you. So a politician would no longer need to read if you are sort of in that game. And I therefore wonder that while reading makes you capacious, does politics restrict that capaciousness? One of the realizations I'm coming to is that the form of what you do shapes the person you are, right? So even within the narrow context of a podcast, I would be a different person if I was doing 5-minute podcasts every day instead of a 5-hour podcast every week. Because, the longer form requires me to go much deeper, read much more, listen with much more patience, and so on and so forth. There's an essay where I elaborated on this, which I'll link from the show notes. And equally, the form of any damn thing you do, shapes who you are and what you do. You could be a manager in a big firm and your work has a certain form and a certain structure, and you begin to think like that and along those lines. And equally within politics, you're being pushed and pulled in different directions. Like, what I also sometimes like to examine is how modern Indian politics corrodes character, in the sense that you can get into politics with the best of principles, but then the nature of modern politics, where you're constantly before you enter the electoral marketplace only, you're playing a kind of politics within the party and all of that, rising up within it with all the manipulations it involves, then that whole circular game between money and power. And ultimately, it is inevitable that no matter how you started out, you will be corroded and changed a little bit by it. And I wonder how that changes a person, because in Jaya Jetli, in her memoir Life Among the Scorpions, talks about, and obviously she's got her own sort of grudges against George Fernandez, but at one point she, in your words, quote, traduces his politics as merely dissentient or anti-establishment, a view held by critics as well, stop quote. And this is you sort of quoting her. And I wonder about this. I wonder that then what is the basis of your politics? Because on the one hand, I would imagine that the basis of your politics would be the way you look at the world, which is shaped by all the reading you've done. And therefore, it can be complex and nuanced. Another basis for your politics can be your experience on the ground in grassroots politics and what is happening. But a third sort of impact on your politics, I'm guessing, would be just the broader political trends that are playing out within you. So you begin as a socialist, even though, you're initially a little skeptical, but you begin as a socialist, then you're sort of, in 77, he was in Morarji Desai's government, who he had been vehemently against in 1951. That has changed. Then later on, aligning with the BJP defense minister in the government. Then that notorious speech which he gave in, I think, 2003, where he defends the 2002 riots and does a lot of whataboutery there. And I wonder if these circumstances, these broader circumstances, also change a man's politics, in which case one begins to wonder that what is at the core of this, what is at the essence of this. So slightly long-winded question, I was kind of thinking aloud, but I'm just wondering about the many influences which shape a person, and which, reading is one of them, but at the same time, your reading itself can be shaped by the form that your life takes. So what are sort of your thoughts on this, because you've articulated beautifully how he was how he went through all of these motions. And one sense of George Fernandez that you get is an incredibly principled, learned man, true to his convictions. You talk about how in 1950, I think he lay down in front of a jeep or something because he didn't care if it went over him. In that moment, the principle was all that mattered. At various times, at various demonstrations, he was beaten up by the police. There's a description of how people spat on him so that his kurta got heavy because of all the spit on it, and yet he continued doing what he was doing. Man of great conviction, but also a man who's adapting to circumstances and changing and all of that. And sometimes the adaptations that we make can be hidden from ourselves. So what's sort of your sense?
There are multiple factors which goes into making us, and one of the factor, of course, is the beginning. In fact, how we began and the kind of motivations that shaped us at the very beginning. To retain that motivation in our successive, encounter with the society and polity, is what perhaps defines us. Even Gandhi would be said that he changed his opinion about caste. In the beginning, he said that he would be believing in the Chaturvarna, and by the 1940s, he is talking about the intercaste marriages and all. So I think the consistency should not be the indicator. Okay, that is the one thing that okay, let people change, and people should change according to the context in which they are working or they are being. So the change is not really the culprit. The culprit is something else. That's the first point, I would say. The second point is this: polity is not constant. Polity is changing, and the parties are coming up. In 1950, if you read Nehru's volumes, the selected work of Nehru, which is made by S. Gopal, which are somewhere 100 volumes for that matter, even that too, in the two series, you would see that Nehru is concerned with the rise of right, for that matter, if you say it right in that way. I remember reading later here that he writes to one in that time Madras district collector, and who asked that what should we do with the Muslim League, and he says that Muslim League is a beaten party at this time. He's writing in 1948, just 15 days before Gandhi's murder, and in January, and he says that Muslim League is not to be disturbed because it is dying by its own self. So why do you want to make it a martyr by banning it or something like that? Let it exist and it will die by itself. So, but my chief worry, which he writes to Khare, who is the Bombay chief minister at that time, he writes to him and saying that my chief worry is the RSS. Now, and at that time, let me tell you, RSS is a very, in not sense that politically very insignificant element at that time, in that sense. And that same RSS, which in fact George is opposing almost till 1977, and even after that, for that matter, opposing it and also befriending it in that sense, in some way, like 1967 election, RSS is supposed to have helped him and given him support for that matter. And he keeps having this love and hate relationship for that matter. Does it happen because of his ideological wavering, or does it happen because of his ambition, or does it happen because he is somebody who doesn't have any ideology for that matter? These are the three kind of things that can happen. One person can think about it. That okay, he doesn't have an ideological conviction. He is somebody who is just aspiring for his ambitious, moving up and up kind of a thing. To some extent, I would say that he is much more honest than many people who have made some kind of a, fetish out of their ideological conviction and saying that we will remain this. That is not acknowledging what is changing and how it is changing. And that will once again debar you from also affecting the politics of your world. Third, to a large extent, George is a product of anti-Congress movement. Okay, his whole political upbringing has been in the Congress environment. Okay, to expect him to, even in Lohia for that matter, he in 1967, the kind of results that went against Congress, it was mainly because of Lohiaite, non-Congressism. That's what we say, that the slogan that he gave, where he brought all against Congress for that matter. Now this I think, went deep inside George, because he was mainly a person born in with the Lohiite slogan, understood him in a way in which I think very few people understood him in that sense. I think they had a complementary role. Lohia brought his name into the parliament when he was nobody, for that matter, in 1960s. He was a Bombay municipal ward member, and he brought him into the parliament, and he himself spoke about him and all. On the other hand, the kind of a trade union work that George did in Mumbai also fueled the rise of Socialist Party in the country, for that matter. So I would not say that they were not complementary, but the point is that George's politics has lots of anti-congressism into it. To expect him to change midway, when at a time when his energy level is down, when the politics of the country has still not been freed by the Congress, for that matter, in that sense, because his main opposition is against the Congress. So he is at a time when the Congress has certainly re-rose in 2004. So it is not that the Congress is completely dead or out. So there is always a threat of Congress coming in, and he has led all his politics against the Congress all through his life. So to expect him to say that, okay, BJP is not acceptable, okay, I think that was a little too much, for that matter, because he's already in the 60s at a time when he forges his relationship with the BJP. Secondly, I would say that the age has an important role to play in everybody's life. Let's say that, we somebody has said that in the 20s we are all Marxists, for that matter. But as we grow up, we become different ideological holdings comes up into to us. In some sense, George in 60s was my analysis says that he was pressured by the new crop of leadership in his own party, or the supporters of him that came, and they were free out of this ideological holdings or scaffoldings, and in fact they were the people who were using politics for their own purposes, and this purpose was solely power and power. Okay, now the power is certainly, once you get the power, I would not say the power is of no use, for that matter, or you only thinking about sitting in a chair. Power certainly is to be used for certain purposes, for that matter. So I would not say that the man or the women who came into the George ambit at that time, they were only thinking in the personal glory. It was not like that, but certainly there was a personal glory element into it. There was a competitiveness in that sense, that he has acquired the power, who was my classmate yesterday, why not me, for that matter. So there is a kind of a range of emotions that comes up. So George became some kind of a ransom to be held by these people who would use his name in return for their own power, and George would use them to retain his relevance in the center's politics or in the central politics. He certainly had no electoral backing by 90s in that sense, but he had a political weight. That is the difference between the electoral power, electoral backing, and the political weight. He didn't have electoral strength whereby he could win by his own ways, but he had a political weight which carried weight and which gave relevance, and which also gave some kind of a salience to the political parties in which he joined. And so he had a name. He had a name of 50 years of politics that he had done in this country, and therefore to expect a man who is growing old to and let me also tell you, he has struggled all his life. He really was not in power for many years. He has always been in the opposition, and so there is also some kind of a I was talking to a BJP MP who was a former socialist, and he said that after some time, family starts seeing you as a failure. You can't go on struggling every day. You need a little bit of power to feel that you have achieved or you have arrived. And so you need these things too. Otherwise, family starts leaving you. Your sons and daughters start doubting your credibility and your capacity. So you need even some kind of a semblance of achievement advertisement for that matter. So I think I would not say that George was such a weak person as to see a position in the government as having arrived. It's not. I have written in the book that his power did not come from the electoral arena. It came from his non-electoral arena. He was not an MP when he waged the railway strike. He was not an MP when he was in the underground movement, and he emerged as the national hero at that time. So at any moment of his life, when he has even in 1971 when he was beaten in the parliament, he just after 2 months he was defeated in the election in Mumbai. So at every peak of his time, like when he has become nationally popular, he has become a national name for that matter, he was not in the power. He was in the power, and the election victory came to him when, for many people, it might have been that he has won, he has arrived. But for him, it was not so big thing. He had achieved bigger things without being into the power. In 1963, for that matter, he remained in the jail for whole 1 year. So to say that he was looking for some positions of power, or to some kind of a wealth of power, I would not give that kind of a credence. But there was this element was also existing, and people who surrounded him were also looking for some kind of a recompensation for what they had done to him, and and they also needed some kind of a positions of power, some kind of a things like that, which perhaps also restricted his choices. It's really hard to change your friends and your supporters at the late stage of that life. So you retain that that group of the people who were with you from somewhat longer time. You retain their group, even when you know that perhaps they are using you for their purposes or things like that. So to answer your question whether change is good or not, or why would somebody change, I have a feeling that there are multiple factors which goes into the choices that you make. Sometimes readings do not really are enough. You also go with the current of the time, and the situations make you do certain things which you do. Like a man like George, though many people have seen that speech in a different light that you talked about. In fact, even I have written also a little bit harshly that way. But he is making a simple point. He's making a point that the riots have been very normal affair in this country. People have killed each other for a very long time, and this all has happened during the Congress regime. And so to say that 2002 is something abnormal behavior of Indians is something which is he not believing, he's not taking. But I would say the much harsh glare falls on him when he takes a side about Graham Stain murder, which is in fact really an indictment of him. Graham Stain, even if he was converting, or even if he was doing, which he was not doing at all, and there were two small kids in the same van, and any person of George's stature would not come out with a statement saying that this is an international conspiracy which has happened. In fact, that compromises him much more abjectly, and puts him in a very abject position than his 2002 comments. I would also say that his support for the nuclearization, the Pokhran 2, is also a reflection upon his changed political priorities, despite the fact that he in fact supports it by saying that as a defense minister, I would go to any extent to protect the borders of this country, and I would do anything for that matter. But more than the 2002, more than the nuclearization, support of our nuclearization, Graham Stain is a real blot on George's politics, because that's where it shows that George has changed, and why he changed, we can only surmise, we can only think about, yeah.
Yeah, many great points. And one important point you made is that in one way he was consistent all his life, which was the anti-Congressism. And that anti-Congressism in a sense was there for a reason. Like I often say that people who both support and oppose this regime can both make an interesting kind of mistake. That people who support this regime can pretend that nothing has happened after 2014. तो whatever is wrong with the country, Nehru का fault है या इसका fault है, nothing has happened after 2014. And people who oppose this regime can often behave as if nothing happened before 2014. And the point is that there is a reason that there was a popular upsurge against the Congress, and they are practically finished today. And that reason is decades of misgovernance, decades of people keeping people in poverty much longer than necessary, with bad politics and bad economics and
Also
so on,
dynasty for that.
and also dynasty for that matter. And that's something to be noted. And I'm just thinking, you pointed out the reprehensible speech and the reprehensible comments about Graham Stain's murder, where he said, hey, Bajrang Dal has nothing to do with it and blah blah blah. And I'm just wondering that this also happened at a period where he was gradually losing it. Like, there are some very poignant scenes that you've described. In one scene, he is upset about something and he's in his hotel room and he just shouts at the people around him, and then he shits in his pajamas, and then he refuses to let them change it. And of course, Alzheimer's is soon people are going to know that this is Alzheimer's and he's an ill man as such. And that seems very tragic and poignant to me, that and that shitting in his pajamas seems a metaphor almost for the Bajrang Dal comment, right? That this is a man no longer in control of himself. This is not a man who was what he used to be. And you could argue that maybe this elemental sort of anger or this frustration is fundamental to him, that this is a part of him. Or you could say that many of the other things that composed him and restrained him, just perhaps the influence of the amygdala, which controls our social behavior, is sort of not there. So his judgment is impaired with age. And I begin to wonder then that, how do we judge this? So like at the end of his, like, just apart from the issue of judgment and apart from the issue of doing something wrong, like the Stains comments, or losing control, like shitting in his pajamas, it's incredibly poignant to me that when you describe his last days, which is how you start the book, which I thought was a lovely way to start, because it really humanizes him and makes us feel that empathy for him. And you speak about how he is just not in control of himself. His wife, Leila Kabir / Fernandez, comes and takes him away from Jaya Jetli, and, his thumbprint is used in ways where he has a blank mind, as it were, and he's not in control of anything. And you point out that in your first conversation with him, like the only two words he ever says to you are when you ask him how he is, and I think he said fiercely fit.
Fighting fit.
Yeah. And so ironic. And I was also moved by that moment where you describe how, Jay Jetli shows you into the study, and he's sitting there, and the two of you are sitting, and there is this long moment of silence as you take each other in. And I can only wonder at what is going through each of your heads, but there is just a universe packed in there. And then you ask him how he is, and he says fighting fit, and that's it. How difficult is it to write about this and observe it? And as a biographer, at some level, you always reach that stage where your subject is not just a subject. It's somebody, you feel close to that person. You kind of, you feel like you know that person. It's a friend. It's almost you're living with that person. And I say this because I've seen this process of Alzheimer's eating people up from the inside till there's nothing there. And it has made me self-reflect on what is this thing we call the self. And isn't it hubris to be able to even say something like, this is me, this is who I am. And I'm like, no, boss. And in the end, you're nothing. What are sort of your thoughts on this? I mean, this is not even a planned question. I'm just kind of going with the...
No, I think I lived with him almost 12 years, lived with him in the sense that not physically, but he was in my mind. I was reading every bit of papers that he wrote and collected for himself, and I was thinking about it all the time. In fact, those were the really difficult days, because I was also having a full-time university job where I had to teach my students, and those courses were very different than what I was writing upon and what I was thinking about or reflecting upon. So it was extremely hard days for me. But I think, I guess being as a biographer, until you are not into the character, and you have not collected enough material surrounding him, until that you can't even start writing. So the process is extremely long, for that matter, because you are dealing with a man's life which is a 80-year life, and then you are trying to also reflect upon his influences. Then you go into the history, you go into the all the history of Christianity and the history of a conflict in Karnataka, the religious conflict in Mangalore, and all kind of a thing. So you need to you need to study the person from the multifarious dimensions, and you have to live with this person. I have cried writing some of the lines. I have cried. I have read some of the paragraphs and some of the chapters to friends who have cried while reading it. And I have, I would not like to say that I sacrificed a lot, because I wanted to do this. I wanted to write about George, because here is a story which had I would not say that very colorful personality, but certainly had many dimensions of Indian politics to learn from. And he was not somebody also who would give me power of pelf, because he was already bygone by the time when I started writing it. So there was nothing like a gain out of it. It was a story which I wanted to convey to this country and this people of this country to read about. My whole intention was to document it as honestly as possible. That is the one thing. Second, I wanted to make it read by the people. How do I write it? And so the writing style also has to be such a fashion. As you said, I'm so happy to note that you found it novelistic. But the difference between novel and a biography is that I'm, as a biographer, bound by the sources. I can't let my imagination go berserk. I can't use different experiences to bound in a one character. I have to develop the character with the sources which provides me the fragments of it. To do that kind of a thing on a person like George, on whom there is no biography, in fact, there is no template for existing. So you need to you don't even know. When I started writing about George, I knew just one thing about him, and that was the emergency photograph of him, which I saw when I was in school, where he raises his hand and his hands are in fetter. And so that photograph was the only inspiring departure point for me. I began from there. I didn't know about the Bombay. I didn't know about the whole this conflict between the Christianity and the Islam that happened in Mangalore. I didn't even know about the Islamic history for that matter. But I read about those things. I started researching. So I went into it was a backward journey. I looked at 1977, and then I started looking beyond it. I went into that one by one year after, and then the private papers are by themselves cannot give you all the facets of that person. The man who is collecting private papers, he's collecting the private papers, the papers of where he exists. But there are a lot of other contexts and other stories and other events that where he has influenced or where he has been influenced of, but he doesn't have papers of that. So you need to go into different kind of archival sources to collect more and more out of him. And this became almost a tedious job for that matter, because you had to go to different archives. You'll have to look at I looked at the 80 years of Times of India, because most of these Times of India exist in the microfilm in Teen Murti. I looked at those, and the microfilm machine is extremely dark there. It's not really very high technical machine. So you really have to pure it off, kind of a thing. And then I looked at so what you have to do is to complement the private paper of one single person about whom you're writing with the other kind of sources and other kind of papers, and it takes a lot of time. But the process itself makes you go into the personality. The whole journey is almost akin to like somebody did a journey on some 70 years after, a journey of Dandi Yatra, and he went to the same villages. Thomas Weber, who did this book, he went into same villages where Gandhi stopped and wrote about his experiences. And so it's almost like retracing a life. A biographer's job is to retrace his life, and retracing of life, it doesn't mean retracing one individual's life. You need to retrace all the people who came in his contact, all the people who were his friends or the competitors, or the people who abused him, or people who befriended him, or people who loved him, people who shunned him. him. You have to do everything. So if you want to write a holistic biography, you need to go into even autobiographies, for that matter, are about himself. They are not really writing about the other people in that way. Gandhi's autobiography is completely about himself, and people have like when I'm dealing with J.R. Jaitley's autobiography writing, I know that the autobiography is here written with the purpose of affirming your own side of the story. You are trying to tell your side of the story, which is doing a great job, for that matter. But when I, as a biographer, wants to talk about George, I need to look at every side of it, because I am a biographer which is trying to bring about all the influences that came in it, all the ideas and insights that he drew out of that, and all the political ups and downs that he went through. And that gives you a great pip, not only in his life and not only in his choices, but also the times that he lived. And that's why this book is not only a biography of George, but also some kind of a history of post-independence India, whereby the issues that I pick up, the events that I pick up are the events which has not been really chronicled even today, for that matter. Like, I find no mention of municipal organizations existing anywhere in the country, despite the fact that we have such a large number of municipalities existing, but nobody has done that kind of a work. The emergency, for that matter, so much of work has already been done on emergency. But what happened in the underground? Who were the people in the underground? That we have Kumi Kapoor did a book on her own personal experience with the emergency, and she writes about what turmoil she went through, her husband being in the jail or pursued by the police and all. Such anecdotal writings are not existing. Such anecdotal writings of experience of emergency is not there. People like L.K. Advani, when they spent times in the jail, they have written about the jail diary. JP has done jail diary. Madhulimi has exchanged his letters, which Gyan Prakash uses that to write his latest book on emergency. But to say that, but that once again is one individual experience, but whole underground being unraveled, how it is happening, what kind of a training that undergoes, who are the men and women who come together, and Baroda Dynamite case is a seminal contribution, for that matter, as far as the protest movement against the emergency was concerned. That was the only talking point during the emergency as far as the protest is concerned. We did have other resistances, but those were not really of that consistent nature. So what I think, as a biographer, I not only need to understand the life and choices of George, but to understand George, I need to understand all the people around him and who came in association with him, and to understand the context of his choices. That is a very important thing, because sometimes what happens, we write biography of a man without taking into consideration the context in which he is growing. We don't describe the political and economic currents that are flowing around that time. We need to bring those things. Otherwise, it becomes extremely one-off kind of a thing, and some kind of a standalone kind of a characterization of one person who does. We don't really get a feel of the person. When I tell you, when I read certain biographies of 50s and 60s, I see that I really don't get the feel of that time. So my idea was that, one, I need to write in a manner in which people would read it as if they are reading a kind of a novel. And secondly, they must get an empathetic feeling for the character. Ups and downs, I don't bother about it. Wrong or right choices, I don't bother about it. The kind of alliances he does, I don't bother about it. I just do a honest portrayal of that. I bring all those things honestly, make people who are readers, make them understand what they are reading, and let them conclude. I don't even conclude it. The book is not even making a conclusion out of it. I just say that he doesn't require to leave a legacy, for that matter, because he has no legacy. He has whatever his life is, that's a legacy. He doesn't have to leave the legacy for the kind of political figure that we have. So let people judge, if I can portray his jail life, the way he was jailed in Red Fort, the kind of turmoils that he underwent as living in a dungeon, and then being tortured, or being mentally tortured by the salutes. So I am portraying George's time in a fashion with which reader can relate to. And this exploration into, because I see novel as an exploration into the human heart. Here, the mind also comes into it. When I'm writing biography, heart and mind both has to be explored, and explored within the parameters given by the sources. I cannot go beyond the sources. That is the limitation that I have. But I can use the sources imaginatively. I can bring certain pain at a time when there is there is no such warning coming up into the writing, and suddenly I bring those kind of a thing. So that kind of a play I have done, certainly I have done in writing this, and which is in fact mainly inspired by the great writers Garcia or Ram Guha, for that matter, and also Salman Rushdie, because these two authors I read thoroughly, and I try to understand their crafts. And yeah, so sources is an important aspect of writing historical biographies. Second, what is really your ambition? Do you really want just to document it for as an academic project, or you want to convey certain meanings? That also determines where you are going and where you will go, I think. And thirdly, the wholesome presentation of the personality is important. You cannot just deal with one side of it. Most of our biographies deal just with one side of it. That's why some people have commented that I'm dealing with his personal life, and giving. Many people did not like it because they think that why I'm talking about his personal life in this way. But as a biographer, I would like to present a wholesome picture of George, and without taking sides, and I would be happy if readers make their own conclusions. I guess I don't know whether I succeeded or not, but that was my intention when I began.
So, you mentioned Ram Guha. I should tell the listeners that the reason we are sitting here today is that Ram made what I would consider a very welcome intervention when he wrote to me, and we were just talking about other things, but he said, listen, you have to get Rahul on your show. He's absolutely fantastic. And I have kind of decided that I will not say no to Ram. Every time he recommends someone, it's absolutely worth it. So thank you, Ram, if you're listening to this. And you mentioned the emergency books with Kumi Kapoor and Gyan Prakash. They have both been on my show, so I'll link those from the show notes. One of my favorite biographers is Robert Caro. And Robert Caro, just to, tell my listeners about him, he was a journalist in the mid-1960s. He decided he wants to write a biography of a guy called Robert Moses, sort of a bureaucrat who wielded enormous power without ever winning elections, and who basically built modern New York, but built modern New York with all his skyways and flyovers and everything in really controversial ways. And he told the publisher, I'll take a few months to do it. And he took about a decade to do it. And the book is a masterpiece, won the Pulitzer and all that. And perhaps my favorite biography of all time. It's a biography of Robert Moses. It's also a biography of New York City. It is also this acutely insightful study of how power corrodes character and works within systems. And what Caro then embarked upon after that in the late 70s, in the mid 70s, I think it was commissioned, was a biography of Lyndon Johnson. He's still writing it. Many volumes have come out. He's still writing it. I think the volume he wrote about Johnson's years in the Senate took longer for him to write than Johnson actually spent in the Senate, right? In a sense, reminding one of, another story I like to bring up on the show once in a while, which is Borges's story about the map of the world, where Borges speculates that a true map of the world would have to be as big as the world itself. And obviously what Borges does not say, but it is obvious, that it immediately becomes inaccurate because the world is changing, right? And to me, then it seems that as a biographer, there are these two conflicting impulses that you must have faced. And one impulse is, I want to be as thorough as possible. I want to do full justice to the subject, right? I want to get into every source. Your book is actually many, many books in one. It's got a history of it's got a potted history of even Goa. Portuguese colonialism and all the way to the modern day. You have a potted history of Christianity in Karnataka and how that is evolving. You have biographies of various different people thrown in. So at one level, there must be that impulse that to do justice to it, I have to embrace all of the complexity. But at the other level, there must be the impulse that, boss, time is finite. I will also die. I have to I want to do as much work as possible. And there are so many choices. You can take 12 years to write one book, as you did. You can take 30 years to write that book in different volumes, or you can write a book a year. Little potted histories, little kind of bits, which are also valuable. And you can write a bunch of little books, which is perhaps better for your reputation as a historian and a writer. Or you can do your 30-year thing, or you have done your 12-year-old thing. Now, I can't possibly imagine what either of those other projects would look like. I just know that I love this book, right? Maybe if you'd spent a year more, I would have loved it more. Maybe if you'd broken it up into 5 books, that body of work would have been as impressive or would have taken readers into different directions. How did your thinking of it evolve? Like when you started, what did you think the book was going to be? And also, what happens is, and a trap that you have avoided so beautifully, is that often when we start writing about something, we have a set narrative in our head and we begin with that narrative and then we are just fitting stuff into that narrative. And what you have clearly done is that you have just let yourself open to everything and then build this narrative where till the end of the book, honestly, I don't know your politics. And I think that is a great thing. But what you have captured is the complexity of the political environment in that time, the complexity of all of these people, and the complexity of George Fernandez and the humanity of George Fernandez. And that's a powerful achievement. But just give me a sense of how your thinking about this book evolved. Like, why were you drawn to George Fernandez particularly? What did you first imagine the book would be? What approach did you take? Did you warn yourself, ki boss, I'm not going to get into an ossified narrative. I'm going to just keep myself open. And at what point do you say, ki theek hai, this is enough? Or that I can now, at what point does all of that material become one narrative and it's out there and you say, ki haan, ho gaya. I can stop now. Because if you wanted to go on, you could still put in so much more.
The first, I'll answer the first question of yours about how the whole idea got conceived. I had just completed my book on Gandhi's Khadi movement, and which was published, and I was just thinking about doing something on the post-independence, and I don't know why, because maybe Ram Guha's Gandhi volume had come in at that time, so I was, and he is a master class biographer. In fact, I think some deep down, he has inspired me a lot in some sense, which I'm not able to articulate when and how, but sometimes that happens. He is there in your mind. And I just thought that I should do something about post-independence now. I know about the freedom struggle by doing Gandhi's Khadi. So I now would like to know a little bit about post-independence time. And one day I was talking to a friend, and suddenly, I don't know from where it happened, that it just came to me that George Fernandez would be a good idea to study, because he's a colorful in the sense that he is, and he has like later I came to know, which is a very famous phrase of him, that always with the people, never with the government. Okay, so that was some kind of a rebellious figure that he was in the minds of people, and which I, in fact, as I said to you, I saw that photograph of him, and so maybe there was, and also in JNU he had come once to give a talk and all, and I heard that talk, and but those things were later remembrance. I was not really thinking about those things, but I was just thinking about, I was wanting to do something about the post-independence history, and here is a man whose biography could introduce me to the history of post-independence, and I just thought, okay, let's start with it. But I really didn't know the all complexities that you're talking about, or even the vastness of the subject I was not aware of it. You see, when you are dealing with a George, you need to know about the history of Christianity, you need to know about the history of trade union movement, you need to know about the history of opposition politics, you need to know about the history of Congress and all the Congress prime ministers. You need to know about those people, because he has dealt with a Nehru. Even if he was a ward member in Mumbai, he is dealing with Nehru. Even if when he is just a mere MP, he is dealing with the Indira Gandhi, and then comes Rajiv Gandhi and all kind of. So you need to know all these individuals figure. So I didn't know. If I had known that these kind of a work will be required, I would not have taken it up, but I just jumped into it and I got into it. And so I think that is the one second point. So, so I wanted to know about the post independence India. That is the one thing. Second, I was inspired by George's rebellious figure. And the third, I think uh, I'm also little like him. I'm not really with the government all the time. I'm little bit in a position all the time. So I think I liked his personality because I was like that kind of a thing, a little bit of it. So I thought that, okay, here is something and something where he was also a self-made man. And I really liked that, in fact, that I needed to write something about where there is Gandhi had enormous struggle, let me tell you. It's not, today, in fact, you can say it's very easy to become Gandhi for that matter. But Gandhi is an epitome of struggle, of pain and turmoil, somebody who has undergone enormous pain all through his life, but which we don't talk about it. Suddenly he has become Mahatma, so we don't have to talk about it. But otherwise, Gandhi's Khadi, my book, shows lots of turmoil in that. So it is that. Okay, so I just wanted to do that. And lastly, I have I think George was somebody who was not of. Once again, it gets derived out of the fact that I like some people who are in the other side of the barrier. So here is a man who was in the government but never prime minister, never a top man for that matter. So I really never wanted to chronicle a power man's journey. I somehow I have this abhorrence towards I could have done on Sonia Gandhi for that matter. I could have done on somebody else for that matter, because they were the people who were, when I started in 2009, Sonia Gandhi was on the top of the hierarchy. So I could have done even on Lalu Prasad Yadav for that matter. But I choose George because here is a man who has struggled. Well, I just had this notion that he has a struggle. And then when I started doing research, I started looking into the papers. I started looking into the different dimensions of it. It started exposing me to the very different aspects of this country's evolution, and which really kept pulling me back again and again. There was enormous pressures on me to complete the book as early as possible, because the papers that were given to me were not exactly from me. In fact, they were given to me by some people, and those people were putting pressure on me to complete the book, which in fact I had to withstand, and also continue to do, despite the fact that there was pressure to complete as early as possible, which I was not able to do it, and I didn't want to do it. Biographies take a lot of time for you to get into the character, and so it cannot be quickie kind of a thing. That's something which is yes, certainly you can do one aspect of it. You can do a just emergency and George, but even that would not be a correct reflection upon it, because you would not know the previous years of his struggles and things like that. You'll be focusing just on one aspect of it. But those things also done. I'm not saying that they are not done. People can do on Bajpayee and poem for that matter. So they can, or Bajpayee in the 70s and by Bajpayee in the 50s, kind of a parliament kind of a thing. But I wanted to do a holistic thing. So George, I started with this. I started thinking about that. Okay, I need to do a holistic work. Second, I needed to do something which is related to post-independence time. Thirdly, I wanted to convey the George story to a larger cross section of the people, and so I wanted to write in a way which connects with the people, and fourthly, I wanted to do somebody who has who has shown the possibilities of protest. What are the possibilities of the protest? It's just not always beating and things like. You can also extend the. And thirdly, I come from a center where I teach, and my center's name is Center for Social Studies and Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy. We deal with the issues of minority. We deal with the issues of marginalization. So I also wanted to study a man who comes from a minority. In fact, the book was going to be named A Minority Rising, but it was shelved because we didn't want to confine him to just one minority. But certainly constitutionally, he is a minority. So we were, and he comes from a region which is not very powerfully linked with the central of India for that matter. His language to Konkani is spoken by, it's certainly now in the 8th schedule, but it's spoken by a very small section of the population. And he was a Catholic Christian. So here is a man who is coming from a marginalized community and sections and the linguistic group, and doesn't have a caste background and things like. And the way he rises, it is also some kind of a credit to the Nehruvian India, whereby such kind of a rise could happen, whereby he was not determined by which religion he comes from, which caste he comes from. I write about Salman Rushdie's Midnight Children, one sentence that he uses. He says that in 1947, Hindus and Muslims were killing each other. And there was this character who is a Christian who says that he wanted to convey to his people that color of God doesn't really matter. You see the color of the God. Here it is the white gods which we are against him, against whom we should not go in our own fights. And this character, I have a fear, many a times in Midnight Children, George is the inspiring point for Salman Rushdie. That's what I found when I was reading this. When I was reading Midnight Children, I found that I thought that, here is a reflection he gets from George's own life. And this in 1947-48, when George is being imbibed with certain kind of an ideology, here is a time, a denouement where the Muslims and Hindus are killing with each other, and there are Christians who are thinking beyond their religion of white or white God, and they are thinking in terms of building. And George is the embodiment of that kind of a thinking, where the theology is becoming more libertine, and also the choices that he makes. He's going for municipal workers, which is again, to use a word, they come from the lowest caste denominator. And George is somebody who is a casteless. So the acceptance of George as a leader of municipal workers, the scavengers, the people who are sanitation workers, is something happens because of the two things. One, Nehruvian India at that time, and secondly, because of the fact that George is a casteless man trying to project himself as the leader of the people who are seen as a one belonging to one specific caste. I think I answered you the second question. I'm just forgetting.
In the sense of the shape of the book, that you can do it in 2 years, you can do it in 30 years, and when do you know when to stop? When do you feel that you can start writing, that you have enough to start writing, and when do you feel that I should stop now?
Yeah, it happened. You see, in the initial days, and a lot of writings also depend on the kind of sources that you have or amount of sources that you have. I had George's own private paper collection was very rich till 1985 or 85 or 89, you can say it. It was rich for that matter. From 1970s and 1980s, you can say that these 2 decades are well covered. Even 60s for that matter, but only few years are there. So, and then I had to replenish it with the different researches. Now, in the post-80, 2 things happen. The politics has completely changed from what was happening in 70s. In 70s, there was still ideologically run politics being done. In the 80s, the politics is mainly about survival. The people are doing padyatras or whatever it is, and they are just only doing for survival. So the politics needs to be now understood in a very different parameters. And 90s is entirely different when the caste politics comes into the total, when the religion politics comes into a picture. So you have so the first problem was that my sources were getting scarcer after 1980s. That was the one problem. Second, I had already spent almost a decade working on the 60s, on the 50s, and also on his backstories like Christianity and all. And so I was really little tired. Okay. Thirdly, I talked to Ram, and Ram said that I said that we'll do on the 2 volumes. The first volume will be dealing till 1980, when he is a real hero for that matter, and post 1980 has intricacies of the modern politics, and it's a real Machiavellian politics where you are doing the politics. You are not really thinking in terms of ideology. You're talking only about the power politics. So I just thought that I told to Ram, and Ram advised me and we had a discussion with also Srinath was there. We were talking about it, and he said that the 2-volume acceptance is little difficult. Okay, so let's confine it to the 1 volume. And then I started working on it again. So it happened, I think the 2 things helped me. One, the COVID and the lockdown that happened, it helped me a lot in doing that. And so I came back with renewed energy to complete the whole work in one volume. I am not really satisfied with the way I have covered 90s. I'm not really satisfied with the way I have covered even 2000s for that matter. I would like to do a different kind of a writing when these two decades are concerned. But I think I was also becoming impatient. I'm in academia, and I need to also produce certain academic production to just sustain myself, and that was becoming difficult because for 12 years I was working on one subject, and I had not even produced anything I had not even an article in any journals for that matter. So from academic point of view, from my own academic ranking point of view, I was suffering. So I thought that, okay, let me complete. But I really feel that the history of 90s and the history of 2000, or even the Bajpayee regime, I did little less justice to it, and could have dealt with a little bit more. But I had a feeling that I would be finishing it off within 80s, and then I will take more time to do with the 90s and 2000, which did not happen. I guess time that you are devoting on a book is not exactly internally decided. It is externally decided. Resources, the kind of resources who are there to support you. If Jamia Millia Islamia would not have been there, I would not have been able to do this work, because there is no support for this kind of a work. You can't really spend 12 years on one subject, and without producing anything. Nobody will believe you that you're working or you're producing something. So I think the wages that came from Jamia Millia Islamia kept me going, despite the fact that I had to do two jobs, and that's why I had almost stopped eating my dinner for 10 years, 12 years. I did not eat my dinner. I used to finish up my lunch, and after that I did not used to eat anything, because eating dinner would reduce my waking hours, because and then how do I work? Because daytime I'm in the university, I come back and then start working on my George book, and so therefore I had to work almost up to 2 o'clock in the night or 3 o'clock in the night. Sometimes the thoughts used to come at those times. So you have to reduce your bodily intake so that you feel light, and it remained for 10 years. In fact, I did not eat dinner, just to keep doing this, and I think I didn't fall ill, but yes, the drive was there, so because of which perhaps, yeah.
This is amazing, and intermittent fasting, by the way, is an excellent health practice and is supposed to be one of the first things you have to do if you want to live a long life. So I hope you live a suitably long life and write.
It was not intended.
Many more books. But good thing happened. Good thing happened. How hard was it for you to kind of discipline yourself and do something that was fundamentally self-directed? Like, in the sense that your job at Jamia, teaching and so on and so forth, would have a structure to it. That there are timings you have to land up there, you have to work in a particular place. There's a structure to it, you gotta do it. But then when it's coming down to the book, it's just you. You have to set the structure, you have to find the motivation. And I ask this with envy, because I find it extremely difficult to get work done. I mean, and people tell me, okay, you're doing a podcast, you're doing a writing course, but those are weekly things. They have deadlines, I get them done. But I have vast amounts of free time, which I manage to fritter away magnificently, right? And not get any real work done. So I'm curious about whether this was a struggle for you, just the discipline of getting work done. And obviously, whatever your work ethic would have been, it would have been there from before, from your previous books and all of that. But was it a struggle? How do you arrive at a work ethic? How easy or hard is it for you?
It's extremely hard when you're in the full-time job, and that too in the teaching job. You have to perform in the classroom. It's the performance-based work. So you have to prepare your lectures, and you have to do that. And those lectures are not really in sync with what you're writing on. And sometimes what happens, in fact, that's the most painful way, because you are into something. You are writing about it. You're reading about it, and you are submerged into that. And suddenly you have to also think about your classes tomorrow, and you have to go for the class when you don't like to go for the class. So you have all this conflict that keeps coming, but somehow the mind and the body starts behaving that, okay, you get detached with something and you get attached to something. So I was almost detached from my classroom performance. I was just doing what I was doing, and I was not carrying my classroom agony or even my failures to my room and to my back to my place where I was working, and I was coming into it and submerging myself into writing. So that and then I lost a lot of things. Let's not talk about those things, which is in fact lost by many people who are in the similar kind of vocations and work. But I lost many things, and I used to have to lose those things. You have to lose your family life. You have to lose, like I said, I had no social life. I'm not on the social media. I had no social life. I have very few friends, and it was a extremely reclusive life for last so many years. When I did not attend any seminars. I did not go for any lectures or even, and these are the requirements of an academic life. You need to attend seminars, you need to give seminars, but I was not doing all those things. I was just keeping to myself, going to the classroom, doing my minimum work, and coming back to my place to do this work. And this required not just being in my room, because I was also traveling across, which required a leave and all. One of the things that I, in fact, somehow was helped by, I received a university grants commission project, which in fact provided me certain kind of a leeway, which gave me official cover for my travel to across the country, and which I did that. In the later part of it, when I just started writing George thing, I started writing 2015, research was going on before that, and 2009 onward. But to 2015, I started writing. And 2017, they made me the director of the center, which was in fact another burden, because while you are just teaching, you can only, you can just speak in the class and go away, but when you're a director, many times you don't like to meet a person, but you have to meet now because you are a director. You have to be responsible, and you have to be, which I'm just saying for because these are the constraints which I faced. Many a times you have to meet colleagues and do official work, which is distracting you, taking away from your work, from your primary engagement. So 5 years while I was writing this book, I think except for the corona, nobody helped. Yeah, it was. But I guess lockdown. Because our classes became online for 2 years almost. So that helped me a lot, I guess. I was not supposed to go, and I was speaking to a screen. And unfortunately, my students, many of the students, I would not say all, they don't have an interactive ethos. So they don't really exchange question answers and things like. I'm sorry to say, but they are developing, and they will be developing more. There are more and more, but it's our problem, because we don't teach our students to ask questions. It's from the day one, from the kindergarten onwards, we don't really teach our students to ask questions. I think that's the problem that I have even at a postgraduate level with my students. Yeah.
Or maybe they're like me and they're just happy to listen to you. So let's take a quick commercial break, and we'll come back after the break to talk more about your life, which I want to get back to, and more about Mr. Fernandez and this incredible book. There's so much to look into. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Rahul still about his life, his work, his book on George Fernandez. And I want to go back to your life now. We digressed a bit talking about themes and Mr. Fernandez and all of that. But tell me about that journey from childhood to college, and then within college. How did you take that journey towards landing up in JNU? And what was during this time, What was like your conception of yourself? Like, what did you want to do? What were your interests? How did you see yourself? Take me through this.
I think the reading helped me to understand myself, and somehow there was a vague feeling that I wanted to be a writer, but I didn't know how and why, and what kind of a writer. And I remember writing my first lines of Gandhi's Khadi, and my girlfriend, she just was reading it, and I think she was the first one to say, you will be writer. And I didn't even know that time. I was writing my thesis, my dissertation. I was not so much concerned with the writer and all kind of a thing. And I was writing history, and history is mostly dependent on the sources. So writing skill is less evident in those kind of a thing, So I was doing, but I don't know why she said that. But slowly. So I really I wanted to go in journalism. I wanted to be a journalist, but then I didn't want to report on the municipality. So I thought that, okay, how do you go about it? So I thought that, okay, let me read history more. And so I joined JNU. When I joined JNU in the history department, it gave me quite a, like, history, of course, it gives you lots of material to think about it. You deal with the past, and the past is related with your present, and has reflection upon your future. So I think that whole 2 year of history course in JNU is quite rigorous. Let me tell you, we have to read 12 to 15 books every 15 days, kind of a thing. So we have to write term papers and all. It's quite a masterclass class in that sense. So the beginning was there, I guess. But I was very impressed with the V.S. Naipal's travel writings. I was reading his travel writings when I was not in JNU, and I was impressed by the way he was writing. And so I was trying to write that too. But once again, like, you are in the university, you don't have much time around, so you can't go around. But whenever I travel outside JNU, and I used to come and pen down those were really not very quality writing. But I started writing that way. I started thinking that I can also express the travel writings of V.S. Naipal. I was also impressed with the Premchand, for that matter. His stories are beautiful. And I was also writing with a similar kind of irony, similar kind of pain that he could express. I remember reading, which has left a great deal of impression upon me. This is a story by Premchand on a small child who is growing up with his grandmother, and he is wanting to have some money so that he can go for a Eid celebration, and the grandmother doesn't have much money, and so she is pestering him. She is asking him not to pester her and all. And she says a sentence where she says that in Nigori Eid aati kyun hai, and that's because she doesn't have the money to give it to her grandson. And ultimately she gives some money to him, and he goes into the marketplace and the bazaar that has there on the Eid, and he thinks of buying some sweet. That's what his grandmother gave money for. And he is not buying that sweet. He's buying a tawa, a kind of pan, which is going to help, his grandmother. And this is such a marvelous emotional story of a child and his child's link with the grandmother. Premchand's such kind of a stories really impressed me, and so I guess. I really wanted to do that kind of a writings. One, I wanted to write travel writings like V.S. Naipal did. I wanted to write short stories like Premchand did. And I was later time when I started reading other people as well, I saw how Garcia tells a story. So I wanted to write the way these people have done. Okay, and history was my source, and I was not. I think initially I wrote some stories, but they were also published in certain newspapers. But I was not very. I didn't devote that much of time in writing fictional histories or fictional stories, or I never even thought about writing a novel, for that matter. Because of my training in the history department, I became, to a small extent, whatever you call it, as a historian. So I started looking into the facts of history and writing about it, and I felt fulfilled, a bit fulfilled. Yeah. So to say that I wanted to be a writer, it will be little presumptuous, but I grew up in slowly in that direction, and I don't even know even today whether I can call myself as a writer. But yes, history has remained my passion, and I think it will remain more of my passion. But along with the history, because of my association with the grassroots movements, I also became anthropologist. So anthropology and history, they both really inspire me even today. And after doing my Khadi work, I was awarded my PhD, and then I had no job or nothing of that kind. So I went to Bodh Gaya and stayed in a ashram which was called Samanvay Ashram, which catered to the needs of Musahar children, for that matter. And I stayed in that ashram for 6 months and traveled into the villages of that area on foot, on hired bike, on borrowed bike, and also on with anybody who can offer me a cycle or bicycle or even a motorcycle, for that matter. And I went into far-flung areas, Naxal areas, Naxal controlled areas, the poverty stricken villages, different caste groups. And so I was keen to portray what poverty feels like. And that was mostly, I did not want to just bring in what was already I was witnessing, but I was also wanting to go into the back of the history. And so the history and anthropology started mixing in my writing. And this happened in 2005 onward, more and more. And I think sometimes you really don't know what you are going to become or what you want to become. You just do what what comes to you, and you keep doing things. I think I have done what at one particular moment has inspired me, or and I have not bothered about all the constraints or the restraints or all the roadblocks that can come up. I never thought that George book would be any cakewalk, but I felt that I need to do it, and I did not really calculate all the roadblocks that come up, can come up. So it all happened. I kept doing. I was, I think, so driven that the roadblocks started flattening out, and yeah. So I have always done what came to my mind that time. Yeah.
That Premchand story you mentioned, Idgah, is one of my favorites, and in fact, for my listeners, I have an episode where I discuss Premchand a fair bit with the great author Sarah Rai, who happens to be his granddaughter. And Sarah just got a superb book out called Burnt Umber, book of essays and stuff, and it's beautiful. So do pick that up. And what you said about, and of course from Gaya, when you went there, a book came out of it which you self-published called Pausing Poverty, Gaya in Bihar. And my question here is that it strikes me then that when you're going there are sort of two simultaneous impulses which you must be feeling. And one is a storytelling impulse and one is a sense-making impulse. Ki ek to I got to capture what I am seeing in front of me, and two, whether using history or anthropology, I have to make sense of it. And it strikes me that in both of these, a young person would be limited by two things and would have to grow those aspects. In storytelling, you would be limited by craft, because whenever you start out, nobody's good when they start. You have to learn the craft, and you can do it by conscious application of mind. You can do it by looking at models and saying, okay, this is how Naipaul constructs his sentences, this is how he structures his essays, and that is one way of doing it. So that is one question about the evolution of your craft, in a sense, what were your models? And for sense making, the restriction is frames. That when you're young, you don't know enough about the world yet, right? And and especially, I guess, in a place like JNU, when you first go there, there'll be certain frames that are fashionable, that are the norm, and you adopt those frames, and they're on the walls also, and you adopt those frames. But as you get older, you realize that every story about the world is wrong, because it is a limited story, because the world is deeply complex. And your frames evolve when you gather more and more frames, and there's a complexity there. And that's the second journey I want to ask you about. So the first journey about the craft and how you learned storytelling and who were your models. And the second journey about how your frames, your ways of looking at the world evolved. Because in the George Fernandez book, I see tremendous maturity and restraint, in the sense that you are avoiding the typical temptation people would have of giving gyan or passing judgment or any of that. You're letting it unfold, and and that's the power of it. And so tell me about these two aspects, the how you worked on your craft and developed your storytelling skills, and how and obviously both are lifelong processes, and secondly, how you then develop the way you look at the world, your frames, where you get away from some simplistic ideological views, which is how we all start, I guess. At some point in time, we start with a combination of instinct that ye to unjust hai, and we imbibe whatever we are taught from the world, and we evolve that.
While I was in Gaya, I picked up a book by Samuel Huntington, and he talked about the culture, how culture matters, and how culture can be responsible for somebody's poverty and somebody's prosperity, for that matter. And I wanted to question that. I wanted to really see that whether this is true or not true. So if you ask me for the model, I think Huntington's that book whereby he talks about the culture and relationship with the poverty and all. I think that was what the model that I was carrying. I wanted to question that. I wanted to question whether this is happening or not happening. And so I went into a small place near the temple, that is the Bodh Gaya temple, where the Buddha was enlightened or given enlightenment. There is this place called Premdasa Nagar, which is in fact named after the president of Sri Lanka, who in fact inaugurated that village. And this was a Musahar village, very poor village, people living in the huts. And these huts were uprooted and concrete houses were made and given to these people. And then when I reached there, it was almost, I think, 10 years after that I was doing this research. These houses were now in dilapidated condition, and the poverty was of the same degree, for that matter. So I really wanted to understand that what really is the cause. Now, in the development literature, you see that a lot of people would talk about the lack of voices of the poor. Poor are not able to put their voices across. That's what the policy making is not inculcating or not incorporating their voices. And that's why policy making is a failure for Beko, because the poor is unable to put across his point. He is not having voice in the policy making bodies. The second is that the poor has not been incorporated in the struggle to uplift their own strength. That is a part, once again, a derivation of the lack of voice. Because if you are part of the struggle to uplift yourself, then you are airing your voice. The third point was that whether you have any constructive intervention or not, that is, whether the policy intervention has been such as to uplift you. Now, if in the Premdasa Nagar, I found that they had the voices and they also had the constructive intervention. And despite both of these things, they are still remaining poor. So this question was really a big question to me, that you have a voices, you had been a part of what we call Bodh Gaya land movement, in which the Mutt, that was controlling the land around Bodh Gaya temple, they had been struggled against, and the land was redistributed to the poor people. And Bhudan movement happened in 1950s there. Many people got the land out of this Bhudan movement. And many of the villages were resettled villages, where the poor people had been given the land and also the homestead land, and they had been settled there. And many villages had names like Bapu Nagar, Binoba Puri, kind of a names that they had. They were new villages that happened only in the 50s and 60s. And I was also staying in an ashram, which was an output of or outgrowth of Binoba's movement. So they had been given land, they had been made to struggle against the Mutt. So there was enough voices that was given to these people, these poor people, and there were enough constructive activism that had happened. Premadasa himself gave the houses and all these people, and the government also came out with giving them kerosene oil, dealership or rickshaw, all kind of a thing. But then the question remained that why are they poor? Okay, and this I was trying to explore. And therefore, I went into the houses of these poor people and I talked to them about their own predicament. I just asked, why do you think people say that the poor are poor because they are drunkards? And they would answer me. They would tell me that, oh, where are the money to have such kind of a drink that I'm splurging? I'm not splurging. There is no money for that. Okay, how much money I get? And then I learned that daily wages in Bodh Gaya are not enough, the kind of daily wages they get. Second point, people said to me that the course work requires course food. So if we drink, it's a course food that we take so that we can work the next day, similar kind of a course work. Third, I went along with these people. They used to go climbing on the goods train, go to the place where there was a mica mining happening, and this mica mining was completely under Naxalites. The whole organization was under Naxalites, and the poor people would go with any kind of a tools, dig up the rat holes, bring the mica, and these mica along with the soil were then sieved, and then the mica was sold in the and I went with them. I stayed with them. I saw all these things. And then I realized that even when the land was given to these poor people, the best of the land was not given to these people. The land that was given was a concrete or some kind of forested land or some kind of land which was a rocky and mountainous, John. So, second point, the land that was given was not adequate enough to give them kind of a sustenance that was required. So you have, even government says that a 5 acre of land is required for making a family sustainable. And that was not there. Third, once the distribution logic started, then there were a lot of other people who came in to acquire whatever land. Now, when you have a Bodh Gaya temple, which is a touristic center, and many people, international people from the different countries, they come there, and they are making monasteries around it. So those land which was given to them, now it was a very precious land as far as the commercial market was concerned, and these people would be keen to lease out that land. So even if land is being leased out, and they are not really worried about, somebody said that ek mushar kitna dur dekh sakta hai. And the answer came from him only, that a musahar looks nothing beyond his thali. That he's so much focused on his food, daily food, that he is not bothered about what will happen tomorrow. And so similar kind of a comments were made to me. So what I found that it is not like even at that time, the right to food campaign was going on. Amartya Sen and George was leading it. And one of the slogans that I saw on one of the NGO in Bodh Gaya, their wall, it said, "Mazduri kitni jitni ji sake jitni." Matlab, he was not talking about any kind of accumulation for economic takeoff of people. You need an accumulation of certain kind of wealth. He was talking about even the slogans led by the people like George and Amartya Sen and Right to Food campaign, with such a conglomeration of urban intellectuals and activists were there. They were talking about a wage system which only sustains me, not about accumulating certain kind of resources for taking off. So the poor is being patronized, and the systemic failure is causing their poverty. The poverty is not being produced because of their culture. Poverty is being produced because of the systemic and the policy failure. That was what my conclusion was all about. And this conclusion did not come because of my economic studies. This did not come because of I studying statistical figures and all. This came because of talk that I had with the people around that area. And I concluded that they are extremely right in saying that the poverty is not produced because of my habit of being drunkard or drinking mahua and sleeping through the day. It was because of the fact that the enough policy intervention is not happening. And even when there is a policy intervention that is happening, it is not leading to sufficient uplift of me because of the lack of the kind of element that has gone into the policy making. And this was quite an eye opener. Though it started with Huntington's point, which was a model for me. I wanted to just question that framework that he had given. And then I realized that this is something which I did. But I tell you, when I went into that village, I was only having Huntington in my mind. I wanted to just understand the point that he has mentioned, whether this is being reflected at the ground level or not ground level. Because he makes a point that the Ghanaians are poor because of, in comparison to South Africans or South Koreans, because the Ghanaians are lazy. He makes that point. And South Koreans are rich or prosperous because of the hard work, because of the discipline of work, because of their commitment to the work. And at this point, I wanted to explore. And when I did this, I was happy to note that this is what, this is, I was creating some kind of a counterpoint to it. I studied Yeah, and in this league, I studied also the causes of poverty. So the two important thing in the rural India is, of course, land and the irrigation. I found that in irrigation case, many of the government initiatives are not really leading to the kind of irrigation that is required for agriculture, because Gaya is once again a rain-fed area, and you need to have some kind of a easy way to transport water from the river or anywhere to the field. Gaya, in the very traditionally, had a system of what we call ahar and pine. Ahar is a kind of a pool of water which is stored from the hill. The water which is slithering off the hill, it is stored in some kind of a pool, and then using the gravitational pull, the water goes through canal to the villages all around Bodh Gaya. What the government did was the two important things. One, they made the irrigation capital intensive by bringing what we call the diesel pumps. So, and the second, they, in the name of the redistribution of land, they took over the land of ahar as well. And so the upkeep of ahar and pine after independence, in the name of food for work and all kind of a thing, did not really take place, and it became almost perfunctory. Government was not really bothered about it, because they were more concerned about pulling the water from the ground and then sending it to. Both of these ideas really impacted the poverty of Bodh Gaya. And this, because the land irrigation, which was traditionally done, although it was done only to the people who had land, poor did not have the land. So second, by making it capital intensive, they made it more confined to the higher caste and the people who had the larger land, and therefore the poor became more poorer, and the land consolidation became went into different direction. There were more and more people with a bigger chunk of land, and the poor started leaving, and the migration took off in a big way. People who were still having land, they were not able to sustain out of the land. They preferred leaving the land fallow and going for different kind of a work. So the many people who were going for mica mining in the Bodh Gaya area, they were the people who were not landless. They had land, but the land was so uncultivable. That is the one. Second, land was so unprofitable. The agriculture whole process, I calculated that the kind of investment that goes into the land for 1 acre of paddy cultivation, that and the kind of produce that happens, there is a almost 500 rupees difference. So you are investing more into the land, and you are getting less out of it. And your investment is, you're not calculating your family's labor into that. Why the children are sent into the farm? Because that is the way the agriculture has to made into the profitable venture. Now, if you take out the children out of the land, or land work, then it becomes much more non-profitable enterprise, and that's why the more and more people are leaving land and going into the urban areas for whatever work they get, bricklaying or rickshaw plying or just manual labor. People are leaving land, and that is the another important discovery of mine, was that agriculture has not only become unprofitable, rural people are migrating from the village into the urban area, and as long as the the policy intervention is not there to withhold this migration, the poverty will remain, and the land consolidation or production of poverty would be happening not because of the culture of the people, but because of the policy failure or the inadequacy of the policy intervention. This is, so I started with a model. Yes, of course. And in the beginning, as you say, that certainly we are not so much into it. We don't know much about the whole world. And as long as you don't know the whole world, you will not able to make the point that you're trying to make. And you don't even know what point you want to make. I went simply with this fact that, okay, I want to question this Huntington model and then see what reflection I get out of it. But I think this search for the model, as well as the questioning of it, happened only because of my association with the grassroots movement in the 90s. If I would not have become an activist with the Ekta Parishad, I would not have known the issues and the problems. And then I would not have searched similar kind of texts which are questioning these things. And that text would not have become a model for me, and that would not have brought back to me in Bodh Gaya to question it much more deeply. I think I think this is the trajectory. So I would not say that models are not there. Yes, of course, models are there, but you search for a model. The models don't come to you just because you're waiting for it. You search for the models to come to you, and then you learn slowly either to question that model or work on that model.
Yeah, so I mean, before we talk about your grassroots experience in '99 and all of that, which of course I will, a thought and a question. And the thought is that the one part where I'd push back is that the migration from agriculture to cities and to factories is actually inevitable and desirable. Like in all developed economies, you have 4% to 10%, or normally less than 10% of the people engaged in agriculture, whereas in India the number is disputed, but it's around 50%, somewhere 40 to 60%, which is crazy, not sustainable. And all countries sort of in their trajectory towards progress make that thing where agriculture gets much more productive and you have less people therefore required to keep farms running and all of that. And but many of those countries had an industrial revolution, had manufacturing sectors come up. Through bad policy, we kind of restrained our manufacturing sector. But my question here is this: like that's a very interesting insight, that you challenged Huntington's conclusion that culture leads to poverty, and you showed that no, systemic failure leads to poverty. And I'm wondering if there's a vicious cycle there, that systemic failure can change the culture and lead to behavior that then perpetuates poverty. For example, you mentioned, I think, him saying that in Ghana people are lazy, in South Korea they work hard. And I'm thinking that laziness and work ethic are also responses to incentives. So if you have a completely paternalistic system where you're just handing out basic food and no one's looking beyond their thali, then you will do less work, and you could call that laziness externally. And equally, if you have a system where there is a reward for working hard, and it is a visible reward and you can get ahead, then you will work harder. And a single individual may therefore respond to one kind of incentive by being lazy in one place and by working hard in another place. And therefore, what appears to be a cultural characteristic, if you're lazy and you generalize, actually ends up being a rational response to a systemic failure, or to a systemic non-failure if you're working hard.
There are two things, like supposing a poor can get work. One thing that he needs to get work. Second, he needs to get a proper wage. In the Bodh Gaya, I found that both of these things are not available. You don't have the work, so you primarily depend on the forest collection of the fuel wood from the forest, so that you can sell into the market, or you can earn 2 or 3 rupees out of it. Second, the proper wage for your work is not there. So what is happening is that you have not properly implemented land reform. That is the one thing. Second, your wage is not determined by the market, but by the feudal relationship. The third, that you have the state's reach in enforcing these relationship, the economic relationship, is totally non-present. So I would not say that agriculture is losing out, or I would not even say that the culture, because they are lazy, culturally lazy. I would say, as you rightly say, there is no incentive. That is the first point. But incentive is not there, not because incentives are not there, because state has purposefully created a system whereby the incentives for the largest section of the population is not there.
Exactly.
That is what is happening with the Bodh Gaya kind of a situation, where you have a 30% of Dalit population, of the total population, which is a Dalit population, which is 30% of the population, and they are mostly landless. And the people who had been given the land by the Bhudan, the land is so inadequate, so unirrigated, so barren, that you don't get out of it anything. So I guess, this is a complicit kind of a situation whereby everybody has come together, and some people, in fact, would say that the poverty, they have romanticized poverty as well. They say that, oh, Buddha, he in fact got enlightened because of the poverty that he was living in. Now, that is the kind of a level people can go to rationalize their iniquitous system that prevails upon in Bodh Gaya, whereby a large section of the population has been deprived of resources, has been deprived of education, has been deprived of any kind of state support. And that's where I found that this lady telling me that the upper caste people of my village says that the Harijans, in fact, they use the Harijan word is still there, and the who eat pigs will not be are not entitled to study in the school. And every village has a conflict raging on it, and this is where the violence happens. That is where the mass killing happens. That is where the next light props up. And this needs to be seen as a fight for resource rather than a kind of a social violence. I would not like to see it as a militancy or the violence. I would like to see it as a battle for resource distribution.
Wise words. And what you said about the village and what that lady told you reminds me of what Ambedkar once famously said, his famous quote, what is a village but a sink of localism, a den of ignorance, narrow-mindedness and communalism, stop quote.
Sure.
Let's sort of talk about your JNU years and how from being a student in JNU you suddenly you go on this Padyatra with the Ekta Parishad, and then you're traveling from Gwalior to Raigarh, and you're actually doing so much work also, like you've described it as building linkages with urban intellectuals, doing media advocacy, and you even got a self-published book out of this, Defeated Innocence, Adivasi Assertion, Land Rights and the Ekta Parishad movement. So in your personal journey, take me through how, what are you doing at JNU? You're learning from the walls, stuff is happening, but where do you want to go? How do you land up in this Padyatra? And what are the kind of interesting learnings that you have from here? Like earlier, you spoke about how P.V. Rajgopal was such an extraordinary influence on you and an extraordinary man. So tell me a bit more about that also, bring it alive for me.
Well, GNU, what it does, it provides you a nice place to stay. And mess food is quite cheap, so you really don't have to worry about the money part. In fact, even if you get 1,000 rupees a month, you can live nicely because you have a free room and you have a 60 we used to pay some 60 rupees for 6 months of tuition fee, so
Wow.
it was just 60 rupees, can you imagine? And our hostel was almost the same kind of a thing, maybe 200 rupees or 300 rupees for a one semester, and our food bill used to come to around 700 rupees or 800 rupees per month. So I didn't really need that kind of a money. If I could do something small kind of and write an article, get 700 rupees or 500 rupees, it was more than enough. So I got a subsidized place of living which funded my activism. This is important. Residential universities are important because of this. They provide a subsidized place for students' extracurricular activities. If you are not having that kind of a thing, if you have a very highly, costing living in the universities, you cannot do these things. I think I to large extent I would credit JNU for providing me a subsidized place, a subsidized living, a subsidized food, which enabled me to do this kind of engagement. My association with Ekta Parishad from 1995 onward started happening after my MA days. So MA doesn't provide you much time, but from after MA, when I was doing MPhil on Khadi, then I met some Gandhians, and these Gandhians, Rajgopal was one of them, and Subbarao, he died recently. He was another Gandhian of very repute. Both of these people introduced me to and as I said, Rajgopal had a very peculiar way of training you. He would not say that he's training you, but he was make you write letters or maybe dictation from him, and that would give me a lot of knowledge about what was happening around. So that was and then I went into the villages. I started writing about different villages, different interventions. I started documenting that, and the Padyatra whole thing, from 6 months I was going to the villages, coming back to JNU, writing about it, and then once again publishing it in the newspapers. Somehow the friends in the newspapers really gave lots of space. Pioneer was doing a lot of work on that. Hindustan Times and other people also did a lot of gave a good coverage to those Padyatra thing. I guess without JNU, I would not have been able to do it. I would have been looking for a job. I would have been, even if I'm looking for a job in the social sector, I would have been looking for a job to earn some money and to live myself the way even in a small house of any kind. So JNU provided me a subsidized living so that I could active be active and intervene in the field, which gave me added knowledge and also a kind of empathy, which I was perhaps would not have got from the books. It gave me by associating myself with the people there. I guess I would credit JNU to a large extent, not exactly because of what I learned in its classroom, but what I learned from its walls and the space it provided for my my expression. I remember in sometime Mr. L.K. Advani was supposed to come in JNU, and JNU students had debarred his entry, and the next day Indian Express wrote an editor saying that JNU needs to be disciplined. And I remember remained awake for whole night after reading. That's the whole day, after reading in the morning newspaper edit, the whole day and then the whole night. And by morning, next day morning, I produced some 12 page of rebut of that thing, and went to I was not very sure about whether it will be published, but then I just went and put the article, went directly to Bahadur Shah Jafar Marg and their Indian Express office, and gave them this piece. And the next day, they published it, not exactly in the same format, but they published in 1200 words kind of a thing. It was a really 12-page article trying to cite instances of people from JNU who have contributed in the social field and in the movement. And the article's title was "JNU's Culture is Indiscipline." Okay, but we did that kind of a thing. I think, and this could happen only because the kind of freedom that existed in JNU, the kind of acceptance that we had for these kind of associations of students with the outside world, and the kind of political understanding that was there around us, and also the free thinking, some sense. I was not part of any. I purposefully never was a part of political parties and political student groupings in JNU. So I remained myself awake from that, and also removed from that. So I also had enough time, because I was not part of the students movement in JNU, so I was part of the outside movement. So I had that privilege as well. I think I really purposefully and very consciously, I made a decision that I won't be part of the JNU political traditions, and I will use the space for my outside engagements. I think that was little smart decision. I now feel. Otherwise, many people who have been very active in JNU politics, they become very narrow in the sense that they remain in JNU politics. It's almost like you don't grow out of it, And I think that was a smart decision on my part. I guess so. Because that gave me two things. One, it gave me space to interact with the larger issues, and second, it gave me an introduction to the real issues of this country. And I was associated with a group of the people who were already part of the movement. And in the people's movement, what really happens that you are supposed to do everything. You are supposed to do sloganeering. You are also supposed to write. You are also supposed to talk to the people, convince people, bring the people into the movement, the intellectuals and other people. So you have, and in the people's movement, you really don't have many trained people. So one person has to supposed to do many things. I think that opportunity enriched to a large extent my concerns and expanded my horizon, perhaps.
And you mentioned famous people at JNU. Aren't Nirmala Sitharaman and L. Jaishankar also from there?
Yes, they are.
This current government also has luminaries and has benefited from JNU training. Did you become a star in JNU after your article came out?
There are many stars in JNU, so there's no.
But all the girls must have swooned and all that. Nothing like that.
No, exactly, not exactly, because JNU has lots of stars, and in our times there were people. Yeah, people came to know about me, and they started thinking about that. Okay, but I was also, as I said to you, I was not part of much about the JNU social life in that sense. So I used to write and then go back to the field again, come back again with that kind of a thing. So I was not really part of the social life of JNU, but JNU has lots of stars, yeah.
So you mentioned earlier, that when you read Huntington's thesis, you wanted to question it. And I noted that choice of word, and I mischievously thought that if he was a true academic, he would have said, I want to interrogate it, not question it. And I fully approve you're using the simpler term, because I think too many academics get trapped in their jargon, in their frames of thought, even, and everything is restrictive. And I keep, like, my writing course is called the Art of Clear Writing, because something that I'm at pains to stress is that, clear writing leads to clear thinking and vice versa. It's a two-way relationship. And if you write unclear prose, you will think in an unclear way and it simply won't work out. But my question is not so much about that. My question is more about the traps that academics can fall into, of sort of entering this academic game where everything becomes about how many papers do I publish, and how do I, if you're one of those people who needs funding for their work, how do I get funding for my work? What is fashionable right now? I need to fit in with my folks. And it becomes sort of an insular world speaking to itself with no connection to the real world. Now, in your case, right from the time you were a student, you said that you weren't just on campus doing JNU politics, you were outside engaging with the real world. All of your work is like that. You fought those incentives in the sense 12 years to write this book. You could have written 4 books or 5 books in this time, written so many papers. So you've resisted that despite, in a sense, being an academic yourself, being at Jamia Millia, training and mentoring future academics. So what is your sense of the academic profession, and whether there is need for introspection on the way it is going and the kind of incentives in play? Because, some of our finest historians today are really people who have, like Ram Guha, who have come from outside, who have received pushback from, snooty academics. He's not one of us. But often the best work comes from people who are putative outsiders, who have all the rigor and methodology and all of that of the finest historians, but who are not bound by its constrained ways of thinking. So what's your sense of academia, and how can, what can academia learn? What should young historians, perhaps, who are listening to this, take into account as a cautionary warning on how to proceed?
I think because of my association with the grassroots movement, I developed this knack for or this urge to communicate with the people. My idea was not to get some papers written. My need was to communicate with the people, and when I did or reach out my message to the people. In fact, that was the main concern. I was not really writing for academic laurels or even getting acceptance. Because the choice of Gandhi, as I said to you, was something below par in JNU. You would be talking Marxism and you're going to labor history or something like that, but you would not be talking about Gandhi. But I tell you one thing, reading Gandhi's 100 volumes, they gave me a clarity about language. They told me that simpler words can convey much more than the complicated jargon words. And Gandhi, throughout his 100 volumes, is not using one jargon at all. He is so simple in his writing. And somehow Gandhi's Khadi, when it came out, many people thought that in fact, Shahid Amin was one of them, said that, okay, but you have reached out to in such a simple way. I guess it was Gandhi's language which taught me to write in a simpler way rather than writing. And the urge was really to communicate, reach out to the people. And that's why when I did this George biography, I was not really looking for, though it's such a academically rigorously done book, I was not really reaching out to an academic publisher. I wanted Penguin to do it because I wanted Penguin to publish this so that it can reach to many people. Although there was a great urge in me as well, as you say, that getting into that kind of a bracket and getting accepted by the scholars and academicians, I would have approached some university publication houses to do this. But I was thinking not about anything else. I was thinking about how can I make maximum number of people read it. There was already a limitation. I was writing in English, so there was already a limited class of the people who was going to read it. But I was still keen that, okay, academic publication houses can give me some kind of a academic acceptance, but it will be limited to 300 copies. I need to reach out to as many people as possible. If Penguin can do that, then I would go with this. And so throughout, since the time I began writing, I think the urge to communicate, to reach out to the people of this country with the whatever understanding I could develop by that time, that was a strong urge. Less about my own academic success or my academic acceptance, or even to reach out, like Ram keeps saying about how homegrown he is. I will, because Ram is a big man, he could say that kind of a thing. I did get admissions in the universities of Oxford, as well as Cambridge, but I did not go for that because that time I was more keen on being grassroots activist than going abroad and doing this kind of a thing. So I think consciously I decided that I will reach out to the people rather than look for academic laurels. So I guess that was that.
So you made this decision, but otherwise, if you look at academia, do you think that it's a bit of a waste? Because in other fields, in economics, for example, there is a point of view that a lot of our finest minds are wasted in the academic circle jerk and are not contributing their brilliance to solving problems in the real world.
Even historians, for that matter.
Yeah.
Even historians, for that matter. We have, in the name of history, we have facts collection. We don't have a perspective, and perspective is not there because we have not really dirtied our hands while forming our perspective or forming our scholarship. So most of the historical books which are being produced, and that's why you have a fictional historians coming up now, which is in fact fictionalizing history, for that matter, and which has more readership than the university writing and or university scholarship. But larger question is about academia. Academia in this country is already dead. It is not producing the kind of scholarship that is required to run an academia. It has happened because of the two reasons. One, the environment in academia is so unfriendly to academics. Okay, there is too much of routine and too much of exercises in order to control and rein in the people rather than giving incentive or creating environment for creativity. Now, I think this is what is big problem, because the academia is not real. Like I tell you, if you look at the studies on the Muslim issues in this country, for that matter, most of our books, which are really seminal contribution on the Muslim studies, have been done by the foreigners. Okay, Robin Robinson talking about Francis Robinson talking about Deoband. Okay, Firangi Mahals, for that matter, Metcalfe, Barbara Metcalfe, she's talking about Deoband. Richard Eaton talking about the Persianate age. So we don't really, despite the fact that we have universities like Jamia Millia Islamia or Aligarh and other universities, and we have lots of Muslim scholarship, for that matter, they should be working on these kind of. Our biggest book on Aligarh University is by David Levield. So we really don't have Indian academics working on the issues which really pertains to us. Okay, we have, so we repeat what the foreign scholars have done on us, and most of our scholarship is repetition of what has already been done, and we teach the same thing in the classroom. If you don't provide me enough leave to do creative research, how would I teach in the classroom? So what I will do, I will repeat what has already been written about, so the biggest problem is that there's a lack of environment in the academia, in the legal academia that we have. They don't provide you enough space. There is no resources, and there is too much of policing, which doesn't give you space for academic exploration. And it requires risk for doing this kind of a work. So the most of our scholarship are state funded because we work in the state universities, and therefore we cannot really take up issues which might go against the state or against prevailing ethos of the state. And that's why our scholarship remains lopsided. They are mostly focused on the fashionable subjects, and they are superficial. We need time, we need resources, and we need freedom. These three things are prerequisite for real scholarship, which is lacking in the Indian academia. So you don't really have enough of fertile imagination coming in. We have people who are doing 9 to 5 jobs, and which is extremely painful because you're wasting such a great resource of this country. And just because you're feeding some people, enabling them to be a part of the market rather than the intellectual activity that they should be doing. And there is a lot of material in the National Archive which is not being explored by Indians. We have a lack of linguistic proficiency. We don't know Persian, we don't know Arabic, or to know about our so most of our scholarship has become also limited to English language. So what the colonialism produced, that has become a source for reproduction of knowledge, which again reproduces the colonial thoughts again, or colonial ethos, and therefore we have not been able to put fresh thinking or fresh material into it. So we are repeating most of the colonial knowledge even in the post-colonial time. Yeah.
It's a Groundhog Day of colonialism, and it's really funny. I mean, it's like a vicious circle. Then the colonialists
Yes.
train you,
Yes.
and then you train the next generation
Yeah.
like the colonialists trained you, and then it kind of goes on and on. When the phrase that you mentioned, too much policing, I'm guessing that could mean two things. And one is that, like you said, that if everything is state funded, so your research is therefore constrained by that. There are certain areas where you will never get funding, and the other is, I guess, there are certain academic fashions also at different points in time. And if you don't go along with those passions or present work that is looking at something with those fashionable prisms, then again, you're not going to get funding. Is that what you meant?
There not any. There aren't any funding sources in India.
Okay.
Let me tell you. So the funding is not really the issue from the institutional way. The funding is the salary thing.
Mm.
I get the salary, so I remain bound to the institution. There are not many independent institutions to fund your research. There is no. In fact, none existing. I don't see anyone existing. You have ICSR, or you have UGC or ICHR. They are pettifogging. In fact, they are not really funders in that way.
And I guess someone like the New India Foundation can help certain individuals, but
Yes.
systemically it is.
Yeah, exactly. There is no systemic support system for academia. Second, New India Foundation kind of institutions are recent outgrowth, and which is in fact more and more such institutions would emerge if you want to reproduce or bring some new knowledge. But state institutions, which are supposed to, and most of these institutions hire people like us, they have. I will not go into the recruitment issues. I will not go into that, because that's again a new kind of a problem which needs lots of discussion, and what kind of things happen, how people are recruited, and all kind of a thing. And it's not merit based. Let me tell you, so anybody who says that it's a merit based and some kind of a thing, this is all hogwash. So what is happening is that I would assume that, okay, you recruit whatever people you recruit, and at least believe in that person that he will have his own motivations to do some research. Provide him some kind of a space, give him some kind of resources, but it is not happening. Okay, and in a poor country like us, job is a privilege. A state job is a privilege. Now, once you get a job, and that too in a state institution, you feel that you are at the. You don't need to work anywhere. You are, and you don't have to dig up anything now. You have got a job. You will get whatever you will get, and even if you don't get a job, so even if you don't get promotions, you are getting money after every month. And so what? As long as I was not working, I was struggling for money. There was no money in my bank, and I was struggling. And once I got into the job, the money started coming in my bank every month. Okay, I could have become complacent, right? But I have a feeling that though George book took 12 years, only because I was in the job. If I had not been a job, I could have produced this book in 3 years or 4 years, But because of the need to get this support money from somewhere, you need to be in that kind of a fettered situation where your work suffers and your life betters out,
Let me pose a thought experiment to you, right? What you've just described, and other guests before you have described, both in the context of history and other academic contexts, is that we have a broken ecosystem, and the incentives are completely out of whack, and Here's my thought experiment question to you. Let's say that some benefactor listening to this contacts you tomorrow and says, I was really impressed by everything you said on Amit's show. I'm going to give you $10 million. It's a start. I'll give you more money if you need it. Use it to build the ecosystem of your dreams, which once you build it, it gives the good incentives to good scholars, and eventually everything turns around, and then people want to imitate what you have done, and it's a beautiful virtuous cycle all over again.
New
What
India
would you do?
Foundation is that kind of experiment. Ram has done it, and I will say, I will consider Ram's contribution in making New India Foundation as a more seminal experiment than his books, for that matter. Because, but his books has brought him that place where he could use his position to do this kind of a thing. So I would not say that that's not possible.
So what would you do? I'm giving you $10 million.
I would create. You see, the point once again is that the money is not really
The constraint.
the constraint. Money is not really the constraint. George book I did not invest too much money into it. I was sleeping in the friends' libraries.
But money is a constraint in the sense you said it took you 12 years to write instead of 3 years to write because you had to do a job, and that's a money constraint.
That is a mindset problem.
I see. Okay.
I needed to be in a job because of the social constraint that I have.
But the constraint could have been solved with money. Say you get a big grant at the start.
But I need to also have that experience of choosing what subject really matters. Okay, I need to. Otherwise, if money would have been a constraint, then I would have been working on Sonia Gandhi, not on George Fernandez. Okay, George was a passion, and so I went with this passion without thinking about anything else. All these 12 years, I did not look into my bank balance. I was happy in whatever money I was getting, so that I can just do what I was doing, and I promised myself that I'll keep doing with my head low and without botheration of anything, as long as I don't complete this work. And I completed this work, and then I started thinking something else. But before that, I was just, so money is not an issue. Issue is about perspective, about motivation. And in research, I always tell my students, love the subject. Without the love, you cannot do anything. So love, the lack of love for this hierarchy-based country, you don't really love your subject. You love yourself so much that you want to have laurels, or you want to go up and down, but you are not loving the subject that you are into, or you want to. That's why sometimes why a Dumo would come and spend 12 years in Chennai to do a book on the caste hierarchy. And why James Scott would go to the Southeast Asia and do a book called Weapons of the Weak. Stay there, learn that. We don't do this because we don't love our people. That's a real big issue. It's because of hierarchy. It's because of the caste. It could be because of the privileged condition between the poor and rich. Whatever it could be, there is a lack of love, and that's why Gandhi is great, because he loved the people and loved the people irrespective of caste, class, gender. And that is something which is lacking even in academia.
I think even at the level of Gandhi, you never really know where empathy and charity end and self-aggrandizement begins. You could. I mean that's something that we all sort of, I guess, wrestle with, or if you're self-reflective enough, should wrestle with. That all the virtue that I show towards the world and all the good deeds that I do, are they just for my ego? Am I just kind of maintaining an image of myself? I think G.D. Birla, if I'm not mistaken, once said of Gandhi, it takes a fortune to keep this man in poverty. When he would travel by train, they'd book out the entire bogie and all of that. But I mean, that's an aside, not a criticism. I mean, Gandhi contained multitudes as well. Let's talk about George Fernandez, and let's talk about love. That you are attracted to him, as you mentioned earlier, because you found that this is a man who's fundamentally an activist at heart, like you. That's how he gets into the whole game, and so on and so forth. But as your knowledge and understanding of him deepened, what did you learn that you did not know earlier, which surprised you? Either in a good way or a bad way. But I guess once you love someone, you don't stop loving them. Every nuance is welcome.
Sure.
But what did you learn about him?
Well, one, of course, his untrammeled passion. Okay, there was nothing like there was a something in the beginning. You could see that how much passionate he was about his engagements, and like the way you said, slowly the all the originality that he showed till 1970s. In the 80s and 90s, he started repeating that. Okay, he started as his energy got down, or as his political fame or political space got shrunk, and the class mobilization that he used to do in Mumbai, or in 50s and 60s and even till 70s, class was still an accepted form of mobilization. That when it got distributed into the caste, and George had no way to mobilize people on caste, and his energy also depleted. He was trying to repeat himself, and very consciously. Very consciously, he writes a letter to Jaya Jetli in 1985, saying that with Rajiv Gandhi, it looks like the emergency is going to be reclamped in 1986, and please understand that if it happens, I will again go to the underground to do that. And there was no such situation happening. There was no such situation coming up. But George was thinking of his glorious days, and he was trying to create a mental image of the situation whereby he would be again coming into the hero shape and trying to show that. So the 80s and 90s are a sad days for George. It also shows that the famed longevity of politician is not exactly that long. Politicians also undergo some expiry date, and there should be an expiry date for the politicians as well. There are rare people like Morarji Desai who can become prime minister at the age of 81, or even for that matter Manmohan Singh for that matter. But politicians cannot reinvent themselves. They have to be, they petter out. And so sooner we recognize that they have pettered out, or they themselves recognize that they have pettered out, better it is for their legacy. George failed to recognize that, and that's why he became an appendage to the lesser politicians and he became an appendage and very apologetic about the whole thing that he represented, and he had to now say a lot of words to prove himself, which in fact in 70s and 60s and 50s his deeds proved it, not words. So he had to now say a lot of things to prove himself. Yeah.
Another bit you've quoted in your book from a letter that he wrote to Jaya Jetli in 1984 is a bit where he says, where he tells her, quote, "There is a commitment to a cause that is much bigger than ourselves, however hopeless that cause may look, and howsoever inadequate we may appear to be in fighting that cause, the cause of remaking our country," stop quote. And I wonder how much of this is bluster, how much of this is inner sense, self-delusion, pointing to that exact thing you said, that I imagine from everything that I read about him in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, I'm just going, wow. And all the problems that he's talking about solving then he's talking about in concrete terms, ki ye karenge, wo karenge, railway strike for this reason, this for that reason, and they're consequential and they're big. And here suddenly it's the abstraction, the cause of remaking our country. And later he quotes Hermann Hesse, and you quote that as well. And this is a beautiful quote. I love this, where these are Hesse's words. "Time in the world, money and power belong to the small people and shallow people. To the rest, to the real men belongs nothing, nothing but death." Stop quote. And here it is almost, if you take a step back, it almost seems as if he is thinking that the money and the power did not come to him, and therefore those who got it must have been small people, and he's almost consoling himself that I'm a real man. It's also that sense of sort of, and it's very human. It makes me feel closer to him.
No, this was written during the underground days.
Okay,
this was really written at a time when he was almost beaten. He was going to be arrested, and he was his closest companions are being arrested, and so he wrote it as almost an ode to his own.
Just a different kind of consolation.
It's a different kind of a consolation. It is a consolation, really a consolation for almost a prospect of being killed. And so he certainly had not achieved anything by that time. The way we understand achievements, he was not in the government, he was not in a power, and he was in the underground, hiding from the police, and the police all around, who was searching for him. His brother is jailed. His parents are pelted with a stone. His the second brother is also in the jail. And he's running across the country. So Herman Hesse, he quotes at that time to console himself, to strengthen his own resolve. And so it's not at that time, it is not that
It's
way.
a different
It's a
kind
different
of.
time, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also want to sort of ask about the contingency of circumstances, and we touched on this before. Like, an interesting part of the book is his early years. Like, when you point out he's 17, he goes to the seminary in Bangalore and he's training to be a priest, and eventually he drops out of that, and his father is really pissed off at him for that reason. But over there, one of the reasons he gets pissed off is that he's not made to feel he belongs. I think at one point he goes with a list of suggestions about reform to one of the senior people there, and he's just treated badly and he's victimized for that. And it is almost as if, had those suggestions gotten accepted and he was, given the validation he wanted at that point, maybe he stays on and that's his life from that point on. Even in his childhood, everything that he sees, his father beat his mother at times, the mother left, stayed away for a long time. He and his brothers were also beaten by the father. You wonder how that sort of shapes a person. And these contingencies might also have, and these contingencies keep happening. At one point, when you're talking about the early 60s, you write about another kind of contingency which changes his career completely. And this is at a time when he's in jail at that moment. And you write, accidents constitute history. Mundane matters prod historical movements. On 24th November, 2 days after an assassin snuffed out John Kennedy's life in Dallas, in Bombay, M.S. Kannamwar, the belligerent chief minister of Maharashtra, died of cerebral thrombosis at the city's St. George Hospital. His disappearance from the scene brought Yashwantrao Chavan back into the reckoning. His nominee, V.P. Nayak, took the oath of office on 7th December. In the evening of 13th December, George received his release order. Stop quote. Again, a kind of a contingency of circumstance, and different contingencies of circumstance take you to different places. And we've seen how that changed in the 80s and the 90s and the 80s when he's, defense minister and he's defending 2002 riots. He's defending Graham Staines. Contingency all the way through. When you're reading this book, do you get beyond one, I guess there is a strand of a person's life and trajectory being shaped by contingency, but at the same time you clearly also got a sense of something essential within George, that no matter what the contingency is or the circumstance is, this is who a man is and this is pure. Is that the case? Can you talk a little bit more about that fundamental person he is, that whether he is a priest in Bangalore or whether he is a politician wherever, maybe he's an academic somewhere, maybe he's a poor farmer, there's something fundamental which is this person, that's who he is. Did you have a sense of that? Is there something?
Yeah, I think his driving motivation was to fight against injustice. I think that is a core word that one can define George with. Injustice is something which, in fact, you would see he cropping up anytime, anywhere in that way. In fact, and this is the Lohiite once again, for that matter. Lohia, in fact, brought this whole concept of a struggle everywhere, anywhere kind of a thing. And he would jump into the issues from one jar, and that's why he was being said that he's hopping from one issue to another issue. George is of that kind. He is, if anything defines George, it is concern for, or his struggle against injustice. So I guess we can say throughout his, that's why I would not go into the 90s and I would not go into the 2000 where he in fact compromises of this question of injustice, for that matter. He is I think 90s is not a good years for him, and also the 2000 where all the things that he stood for, all the struggles that he led, and all the anger that he showed against injustice across the country, irrespective of where and how and who, in fact. Yeah, and the people across the country understand him as a man who would take the issue of injustice. I have letters being written by panchayat leader from Bihar saying that people from my village are being taken to Gujarat and made slaves there, or as a bandhua mazdoor. And so he is writing to both the chief ministers, so Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat chief minister as well as the Bihar chief minister, and saying that it's a shame that you both don't see these things happening. So he is doing that kind of. There is a man who has been jailed, and I'm talking about a man called Jilani, if you know this, Iftikhar Jilani, who is the separatist person's son-in-law, for that matter. Jilani's son-in-law, Jilani was jailed and remained in jail for 6-7 months, and George was instrumental in his getting his release. And George, what he says to him, forget this and keep saying. Because he himself has gone through so much of pain, so much of torture, so much of injustice, that if he keeps rankling about that, if he keeps thinking about that, if dwelling upon that, he would not be able to go beyond this. So I see the another thing, that what I have seen in George, that he keeps getting away and seeing it as a professional hazard rather than seeing something as a personal affront. He's not seeing the torture that happens in the jail. He is not seeing somebody who is saying that you are a Christian, like S.K. Patil, who leads the campaign in 67, tells that he is a Christian and he's an outsider in Mumbai. I am your representative. He cannot be your representative. He doesn't take it as a personal affront. He doesn't take it as a matter of personal retaliation. What he does is to take these things and move on. In fact, that is what I have seen in George. George fought for injustice across the country, and second, everything that happened to him, he did not see it as a personal case of something which he should be worried about. He never took things personally, and that's why I felt that here is a man who in fact lived to the dictum that in public life there's nothing personal. And he could and he should not be taking it too seriously. And that was the very beginning he learnt about it when he was in Mangalore, and when he was accused of being some kind of a happening that happened, and he wanted to run away from the Socialist Party and say that I don't want to be in this socialism of liars. And there he later understood that in public life he has to fight for the things and not exactly sulk or run away from the reality of it. So I think two important things about George is that, one, he fought against injustice, and secondly, he never took all the torture, all the deprivations, and all the jail and everything that happened to him personally. He took it as a public as a hazard that professionally attached to his work.
One of the interesting themes I often think about is how instrumental our relationships are. And you have this great paragraph about him where you write, quote, his erstwhile colleagues nurtured strong emotions. When they were friends, they were loyal. But once estrangement set in, they distanced themselves and warmth wore thin. The causes of estrangement were not solely ideological, they were also personal. Many thought George in power did not return the favors they had bestowed upon him when he was in the opposition, stop quote. And elsewhere, we see that even in the universe of his personal relationships, they all kind of break down. They all seem instrumental. Like, the love that people have for him can seem contingent on him remaining the same person that he is of body and mind. And we see this especially when at the end he's being hollowed out by Alzheimer's, that there is this sense that what people are fighting about is something completely different, not the man himself, because he's kinda not there. And you point out about how Jaya Jetli doesn't really seem keen to take care of him. She's going through his motions. At one point she writes to his brothers, I think to Michael, saying, why don't you come and look after your brother? And it seems to be a battle over his assets or over reputation or over whatever, but not the man himself. You talk about how when his wife Leila Fernandez comes and then takes him away from there. And basically the TLDR for the listener who may not know the story of his life is that he was married to this lady called Leila Kabir for a few years, and then they were estranged. And in the early 80s, he was with his political companion, as he called it, Jaya Jaitley, who was the wife of his one-time secretary. And then in the late 80s, the wife reappears from nowhere to kind of take him away, and the speculation is because of his assets or whatever. You can just put his thumbprint on anything. The mind is blank, and all of that. But the sense that I got right at the end was of complete desolation. And this is, in a sense, a political desolation which then transforms into a personal desolation till he is all alone. I mean, we were just, before the session joking about this. You were saying you live alone and you're not on social media, or you keep a lonely life and you're not on social media and all of that. And I kind of quipped, yeah, what is true is we're all going to die alone. And maybe that's one of the things you meant when you said that this is a dark book, because ultimately this is a book about decline and death not just in the biological sense, but it's a book about decline and death. We are all at the end of it alone, and you know what are relationships. So what are sort of your thoughts on this? Because when you write a book about people in the way that you have done, you are not just writing a book of history or of facts playing themselves out, but you're writing a book about human beings and the shit that they go through, and in a sense peering not into just history but human nature itself. So take me a bit through your learnings, your understanding through this. And were there times where it was hard for you to get deeper into the material and write about it?
I think to see George, I was prepared by Gandhi, because Gandhi's when I was doing Khadi, I see that how much he worked to clothe Congress in Khadi cloth. Okay, and ultimately Congress rejected it. And so Gandhi has undergone too much of pain in trying to clothe Congress with khadi, and Congress determinedly rejecting that. So when I started doing George, I knew the story in the way that this is the course the human life goes through. All ideas have certain acceptance at certain point. To accept that, to expect that these ideas will remain constant throughout one's life is very hard. It doesn't happen like that. So what really I wanted to do with the George book was trying to understand all our scriptures of the similar kind. Let's say that Ramayana is of that kind. The whole thing that you have a Superman like Ram who has a prince, and then he goes into the Vanvas, and then again dies almost all alone, kind. Krishna for that matter, and all kind of a thing. So there's nothing new about George's life for that matter. We have a Kansi Ram who became Alzheimer patient and all kind of patient, and he was kept almost in some kind of a captive by Mayavati and other people for that matter, not allowed to meet his own family people. So that kind of a thing happens. Ultimately, man is what he gives to the society. Man is not what he is. What we give to the society is the most important thing. As long as we are young, we are giving something to society. As we grow old and become incapacitated, what we have is what we are going to give now. Now, people are clamoring for what I have. Some people are clamoring for my reputation so that they can share it. Some people are clamoring for my legacy. Some people are clamoring for my name so that they can use this name for their own political purposes. And some are clamoring for very petty thing, that is money. And this is what is being reflected. And that's why my book begins with the death and decline. And in fact, ending with the Haman has that poem is in fact very purposeful, because I wanted to show that this end is going to be this, and this man might have a flourishing career, maybe a hero in fact, but ultimately he's going to be consumed by death and decline. And so let's see what kind of a story it is all about, how the trajectory plays out, what kind of an arc of life that you will be seeing it, which is quite common. In fact, we all go through the similar kind of experiences. In our own families, we will see our grandparents or anybody for that matter going through the same kind of ups and down. But here is a glorious man who has been a hero of this country for some days and some time. And let's see what kind of a life he went through. So I was not really talking about the political events, but even when I'm looking at the political events, even Charan Singh for that matter, what a fragile person he is. He's trying to make his US returned son a legacy holder of his politics. Can you imagine Ajit Singh, who has no experience, he is hell bent upon making Ajit Singh as his the legacy holder, and that's why you have all the work that Ajit Singh, that Charan Singh did all through his life and great struggling life. Reduces to nothing. You don't have anybody now even talking about Charan Singh. Not even his grandson will be talking about Charan Singh. So this is a fate of ideas. This is the fate of human life, and there's nothing new in what George undergoes. But I was interested in charting out how this whole thing travels out, and that's why the idea was to see from the day one the death and decline. It was the pinnacle was of course there. I know that pinnacle was there. 70s was George's pinnacle. 60s was George's achievement. 50s was his rise. It was there. It was all there. But then what happens to that idea? What happens to that whole human being who was such a hero? In Bombay, people would make stories out of for his the kind of a story that he had, the kind of movement that he created. There are novels written on him. There are plays that were written on him. So here is this man, and who is now in the 90s or in the 2000s, just to see that he can become a compromise candidate of prime ministership in the post Vajpayee days. He does things which are not really worth doing, but he does it. But that's a human story. Let's understand this. So what I'm doing with Indian politics is not trying to theoretically understand Indian politics, but emotionally understanding the Indian politics. I was trying to understand emotionally I was trying to understand Indian politics, how it charts out, how it travels its journey, its course, So that's why the greater emphasis was on the days when he became the hero, and the decline was very swift and not very heroic. So I was not so keen on the 90s that way. But yeah,
I get the sense that in our lives, we have to maintain a balance of doing and reflecting, right? And one sense that I get through your book is that this man is a doer. You have him as a kid when he's still in the village and he's trying to learn Hindi and his father stops him. He's trying to do wrestling and his father stops him and he can't do that stuff. And he goes out. Early on, at one point, he has a job in the Times of India. And you point out that these are pre-internet days, right? It's 1950 or late 1940s or whatever. So he's put on the copy desk. He has to proofread shit. And every time he needs to check the dictionary for a word or something, he doesn't have a dictionary. So what does he do? He runs out of the building, goes to the nearby bookseller, picks up the dictionary there, sees a word he's supposed to see, and then he runs back and then he finishes his proofreading. He doesn't last long in that job, works in Furtado's Bombay institution for a while, where he notices that two of the female employees are not very well paid, and he's like, no, he complains and he's kicked out again. And that pattern of doing continues. When he gets into when he wins his election as an MP, you point out what he's doing in Parliament is that he will give these fiery speeches where he will trash the statistics, he will trash the government, and then he will present new statistics. And then the treasury benches will be squirming. They'll say, where did you get this from? And he'll say, I got it from your papers. So he's spending time going through all of the material and all of the data and everything. He's spending that time, which I'm sure MPs today don't do, to arm himself. He's a man of action in every sense throughout his life. And my question is that in his personal papers, do you also get a sense that it's not just action, that he's also doing reflection, that he's thinking about it? And this question becomes, I think, particularly pertinent when the decline starts, when the political scenario changes, where class considerations are no longer the main thing, caste considerations take over, he's becoming irrelevant in the political scenario. Is he able to take a step out of himself and see what has happened, plan his stuff. Like what happens as we get older is that hopefully some of us develop this sense of therav, where we are not caught in the maelstrom of life, where we can get off the treadmill for a moment and look at ourselves and reflect and introspect. So, from his personal papers, do you did you get this, or from your other sources? Do you get the sense that he's taking a step back, that he's reflecting, that he's thinking about stuff? And if he's doing that, is he doing so with sadness or anger or a sense of entitlement? Or I'm very curious to kind of get a sense of what's going on in his mind.
Well, as long as the politics that he started with remains as it is, he doesn't have to reflect much because his formative years is in the same ideological framework. So he remains that way, and he's a doer for that matter. His wife is writing in 1971, the moment they are getting married, and she's writing to him that you're so busy with your taximan union, please don't do the strike, so that you can come on the time to get married. And she asks him that do you get time to reflect, because he's so busy with so many actions and so many traveling. He's traveling from one direction to another direction. Somebody said to me that he always had three plane tickets in his pocket, so he would be going from here to there. Now, as long as his ideology coincided with the kind of politics that country was in, he did not have to reflect upon, because that action has made him already given him some kind of a framework. So he was doing that kind of thing. He was a trade union activist and all. But when the politics changes and the nature of the politics changes, that happens in the 80s and 90s, does he do that kind of reflection? 80s is a time when he needs to do some reflection, because he has been defeated. 84, he has been defeated. 89, he gets elected again. So all these 5 years, he has enough time to reinvent himself. He does run, if reflection is about reading and writing, then certainly he is running a journal, which is a Pratipaksh in Hindi and also in English, other side. So he's doing this kind of a reading and writing. He's not doing, and he's writing lots of things about it. About he's reviewing books, he's writing articles, he's writing interpretations of the political event that is happening, and some of them are very powerful, let me tell you. But are they reflections? It's difficult to say, because once again, I would not say that he is not learning new things. What he is trying to do, I think he is lost in the kind of politics that begins to take shape. He is unable to see himself or place himself, position himself in the new caste-oriented politics that is happening. He could have gone into writing, for that matter. I always thought that he could have been a very great writer, for that matter. He had a great experience. He could have done a great memoir of his own. I would not have been a person who would be writing that. He could have done it, in fact. And he had a great command over the language. He had gone through those experiences, and he could have done that. He could have at least dictated somebody to do that. But that did not happen. I think by 90s, he loses command over his politics and his own body. He becomes dependent on the people, and those people are now using him for their own politics. He allows his use for his own petty needs, and so there is some kind of a diminution of George in the 90s and 2000. Even when executively he is on the peak, because he is the defense minister of India, but his power is mainly non-executive, and I would not go to the extent that he's not thinking about all this fall that is happening around. He gives one region. He says that no left parties came along with me, so I joined BJP because there was no left party coming along with me, or nobody supported me, for that matter. Joining BJP or not joining BJP is not really the issue. Issue is that whether the kind of policies he went along, or the kind of positions that he occupied, or the kind of articulations that he did, are they consistent with what he was or what he spoke earlier? But I really don't know whether the consistency could be really some kind of a framework to analyze individuals, because the times have changed. His needs have also changed. He is no longer a street fighter of that kind. nature of the politics have changed, and even for a politician to make a U-turn from a class mobilizer to a caste mobilizer is not easy. Even for a politician, let me tell you, it's not easy, because such deft handling of your ideological maneuvering is not easy. Your language is different, and to reshape your language, I don't think it is possible, because that your language is an output of your internal churning, and human life is a short life, so it's not easy. Yeah.
It's a short life. Another of the thing that interested me during the reading of this book is that at different points in time he plays different roles and succeeds in most of them. Like at one point he is an activist, and that's a role. And activism requires a certain skill set, a certain attitude, a certain approach. Then he's a trade union leader, which is slightly different. Now you're leading people, you have to make strategic calculations. As an activist, you can lie in front of a jeep, but as a trade union leader, as you've described so well in the book, that if you go into a strike, you have to have an exit plan, and so on and so forth. So it requires a different kind of strategic thinking and management. Activist, trade union leader, and then politician. You're campaigning. You have to win elections. You have to win votes. You have to broad base your appeal in a sense. And that's a different kind of electoral skill, and so on and so forth. Fourth, you get into parliament. You're within the parliament, but now you're in the benches. You're in opposition. That's a different kind of skill. How do you build your brand there? What kind of speeches do you give? How do you research? In your book, you show beautifully how initially he struggles. He's confused. He's like a fish out of water. But then he masters the game. Then he's going with it. Then he comes prepared, and he kicks some serious ass. And the fifth role is governance, that you are in government. And this is a different game. You're appealing to no one. Nothing is for narratives don't matter now. You got to get shit done, right? And often you are playing a number of these multiple roles simultaneously, and they're different skill sets. You need different traits of your character come into play when you're kind of getting into this. So, and you could even say that there's perhaps a sixth sort of role that he could have played at the end of his life. When you're the elder statesman, you no longer, care about the spoils of office. You're now an elder statesman, and you just want to, you can guide others, and you can be a benevolent force for society, and maybe writing your memoir would be one of the ways in which you contribute to that. So you have all these different roles. What is your sense of how he navigated these roles? Which do you think he was most suited for? Which fit him perfectly, and which did not fit him, but he worked hard at it, and which he was a complete misfit for?
I would not say he was a misfit in anywhere. I would not say that. He did a exceptional work as a parliamentarian. He did a lot of research for what he was speaking on. He had command over the statistics and the government policies and all. And not only just the Indian state policies, he had a command over international affairs and all. So I would not say that he was misfit anywhere, but where he excelled, that's something which I think his glorious days were as a anti-establishment leader. That is something which I have a feeling that he could endure a lot of pain, and a lot of salvos for that matter. I think as in Bombay, for that matter, to build a trade union organizations when he was politically nobody. Secondly, his political party that he was associated with, that is the Socialist Party, had just a fledgling start. Okay, so you to build that kind of a trade union movement in Mumbai, where the communists were the ruling roost, and all the trade unions had that kind of a lineage, that is or even affiliation with the communist. George success in building trade union movement of municipal workers, I would rate as the first rate achievement, because we as a society do not, first of all, value work, do not value the manual work, and do not value what we call the work which are demeaning work, for that matter. And to organize municipal workers was something exceptional. It is not easy. It was not easy. People like Ambedkar, they had done it. Maniban Kara had done it. A lot of people had done it. It's not that he was the first person to do it, but the kind of success that George attained, nobody else had achieved it. And so that is the one thing. Second, his I would not go to the though his victory against SK Patil is seen as a giant killer and all, but that is not really that big achievement again. To become the AIRF leader, and once again against the established leadership of AIRF, that is All India Railwaymen's Federation, established leadership did not like him. The socialists did not like him. The government did not like him, because I tell you one thing, in democracy, all the protests are sanctioned by the state. No protest can happen without the sanction of the state. So here is a man who is anti-state, or seen as anti-state largely, and who has been defeated as an MP. He is becoming AIRF leadership. That means it is not easy, because the state is against you. The party that you are calling your own party, they are against you. The prevailing culture of AIRF is against you, and you bring a radical transformation of the conceived notion of organization itself. The kind of AIRF understood itself as somebody who would be negotiating. All trade unions are mainly negotiators. They are not radical. They sound radical, but they are basically negotiators. They are trying to mediate between the industrial workers and the industrial authorities. So they are the mediator, they are the brokers. Here is a man who brings politics in that brokering. And that is an important thing as far as the George's contribution to the railway worker movement is concerned. Here is a man who brings politics into the people's into the workers' organization, and that is a radical. Here, not even JP has done it. Not anybody has done it, and it is already an organization which is almost 50-year-old organization. He changes the ethos of organization. He changes the slogans of the organization, and he is. And remember, railways is not about one state. Railways is across the country. All kind of people are working in it. All linguistic groups are working in it. All caste groups are working in it. And he welds them into one. And all our trade unions are politically affiliated. So they don't think that if NCCRS is formed, most of the trade union bodies are coming into it because they believe in you. No, each of those trade unions who are coming into NCCRS, they are coming with their own political baggage, and they have their own political agenda. You make them feel, put them in your own shoe, make them do what you are doing. This is a great achievement. Nobody can do that. In the 100 years of trade union movement today, we don't have, somebody can ask the question, where are the workers? Because there are no workers left in the country at this point. You don't see any trade union movement. But in 1971, 72, 73, 74, when these things were happening, the workers were divided politically. Workers were divided on the category basis. Workers were divided into the blue collar and white collars. So there were the n number of the divisions of the workers, and George succeeded in welding that division into one, and that became very important. I think George's achievement, that is the second kind of achievement. Third, the underground movement against the imposition of emergency was certainly inspired by the 1942 movement, the Quit India movement that was led by Lohia and JP and other people. And the congressmen were already arrested. And so here were the two heroes, and they really emerged like heroes, because JP jumped out of the jail, they really ran underground movement. Most of the elements of the underground movement that was done in 1975-77 by George was inspired by what was happening in 1942, and many of those things. So 42 was certainly a reference point for George. Second important thing was how George saw the militant trade union movement in America. And there, he was a widely read person at that point. The dynamite was not something uncommonly used in America. Dynamite was a word or a tool to make the powers that be here people. And that was something, a tool of protest for that matter. And George used that. He did not go in search of tools. He went to Baroda in search of dynamite. He knew that he wanted to have a dynamite. So he went to Baroda so that he could get dynamite and then do that, whatever he did. The kind of underground movement that he could organize, it required political propaganda, that enough action so that the political propaganda can happen and people can feel that there was some kind of resistance happening. Even if the ethos were born out of 1942 movement and the method came from American militant trade union movements, the implementation was inspired by anti-Nazi resistance. So there were many things that came. I would not say that George was not having his own contribution into it and he took elements from here and there, but the very fact that he could mix and match those methods and the kind of pamphlet that he wrote, which was in fact coming out every fortnight or even any time, it was very powerfully written. And such pamphlets, were rattling, not only for the state, but even for his comrades underground. Many people disowned him for the kind of words that he used. I think these are the three important contributions of George as far as his politics is concerned. I would not call making a Konkan Railway as his contribution. I would not even call nuclearization or that is second Pokhran taste as his contribution. I would not even call Samta Party as his contribution. But these are the three important, markers that can be seen as George's contribution to Indian politics. Today, if something happens, some kind of emergency happens, and some resistance has to be formulated, I think he will be one inspiring person, and inspiring methods will be drawn from his method that he adopted. If by chance there is a resurgence of workers' movement in the country, he will be the reference point. And if there is some kind of a sensitization by which we need to cater enough attention on the meanest of our workers, the who is the meanest of work that they're doing, the people who are doing that, I think George would be a reference point.
So that's really interesting, because the picture you paint is of someone who was a brilliant organizer, who would have been a great revolutionary, who was good at, managing people, rousing them up and all of that. And therefore one wonders if he was perhaps, despite his success in politics, a misfit in a different kind of politics. And perhaps even in this context, a misfit in a different age, because we entered a time where you couldn't anymore mobilize people around class, for example, which is something that he was so good at. And that makes me wonder if everyone who ever reaches government is at some level a misfit, because all the things that you have to be good at to become part of, a ruling party, to become a minister, all of those skills are actually irrelevant to the skills you need in government. In government, you're playing the game of governance. And whereas all the skills you need to get that far are initially the kind of skills George had of organizing and resistance, and then a further skill of winning elections and all of that, which also he did successfully repeatedly, and so on and so forth. But these are all such different games being played.
In 1970s, he writes to somebody saying that if a trade union becomes a government minister, he becomes a sop, son of a bitch. Okay. So I think he knew that. But this is a logical march of the events and somebody's growth, that you are an activist, then you come into the government, you become, responsible for some kind of a ministry or something. I think that's a logical. I don't know if he had been like for instance, one person that I can think of is a Shankar Niyogi, for that matter. Could he have been a Niyogi for all his life? I don't think he was Niyogi in that sense. He was certainly a trade unionist, but he was also in the politics. And politics is all about power. And power is all about executive power. So he was aspiring for the power as well. So here is a Niyogi who is at the people's level. He is Chhattisgarh's Mukti Morcha. He doesn't form because he wants to have power. He wants to have people's power. George, I think, wanted to have executive power as well. And that is, I think, a political aspiration, which is not so wrong to have it. So he used opportunities. He can also be called as an opportunist sometimes. But I have a feeling that opportunism is a stepping stone of power. You cannot have, and that's why I would not say opportunism as a cuss word. Okay, I would not use that. I see opportunism as something which is which if a politician is not, then he's not a politician. He has to be opportunist to acquire what he's aiming for. And all politicians acquire or aim for power because they think that executive power is something with which they can do. I will not go for the negative thing. I will not go for accumulation of personal aggrandizement, kind of a thing. But even if they want to do socially something, they need a state. In fact, JP, for that matter, in 1930s, he's writing against Gandhi, saying that, yes, we need power. And the same man in 1950 recognizes that the state power will not really yield what changes he wants to bring about. So he realizes that change has to come from the people. But George somehow came from the people sector and did not realize that the executive power will not really bring the change. He started aspiring, going deep and deep into craving for the power. This is the tragedy of George. Socialists are all tragic people. They have their lives, their movement, their ideology is a tragedy. Be it Lohia, be it JP, be it George. And to lesser extent, if you go to some smaller fries, Sharad Yadav, or anybody for that matter, or even for that matter today, what we see in Bihar or UP for that matter, all kind of socialists somehow, in fact, if I use it in a very strong words, they lacked an understanding of ideology of power. They didn't understand what is power and how to acquire and how to keep it. And therefore, what really they started aiming for is the executive power. But when they started with the people's power, and which in fact they started missing it, because in the post-independence Indian politics is all about power. Political power. It's about state power, and nothing wrong with that. Perhaps that's the way the statecraft is all about. But we still have the examples of Neogi. We still have the examples of Baba Amte. We have examples about, also, I would not say Meda Patkar, because he was also craving for political representation in the parliament and other things. But there are a lot of people in this country who have been away from the political power or from the executive power and try to build themselves into people's power and be a voice in the Gandhian line, in that sense, in Gandhian traditional line.
Here's a thought experiment question. If George Fernandez was 17 years old today, what would he do? What is the direction he's going in? Is he a startup founder? Is he using his energy to do that? Is he still getting into politics but maybe joining the BJP? Is he, with the Aam Aadmi Party?
I think George revels in street. And even today, if you ask me this, that what would he do as a 17-year-old person today, he would have either gone, if he had been like he was ideologically guided by that time by De Mello kind of a people who had already been in the people's movement and the trade union movement for a very long time. If he would have been guided by somebody like De Mello today, he would have gone against Modi for that matter, because he is innately against the state power. Okay, so he would not have liked somebody being so domineering and somebody being so much against or being so much domineering. Second, or he could have, because trade union doesn't exist anymore, so he could have gone with the kind of politics that we have around Dalit issues. Along with that, he could have gone with that kind of a thing. He could have, because innately he is pro-marginalized. And so if the two indicators are to be judged on the basis of which we can say where George would have gone, then the two is one, he's innately pro marginalized, pro people, and secondly, he is innately against the state power. And so he could have chosen, some other way instead of being part of the state. At least 17-year-old George, yes, yes.
Maybe a modern rebel is really a technological disruptor. Like if he's for the marginalized and against state power, he could just form a crypto company. But who knows?
Exactly.
But, yeah, it's so, there is your book is so amazing, and I feel like I haven't started talking about it yet, and it would take another 10 hours to go through its content systematically. So I will just ask all my listeners to pick up your magisterial work. It's got incredible accounts, almost mini biographies of so many fascinating people, from well-known people like J.P. Narayan and Limaye and Lohia, and even someone that I hadn't heard of till I read your book, which was De Mello, Placid De Mello. It's also a great account of the trade union history of India, where also I learned a lot of stuff that I had no idea of. Equally, it's like sort of a potted history of the Socialist Party of India and all the various forms it took through the years and how it evolved. And it's a biography also of his intimate life, which is also so interesting in so many human foibles. So I'll leave it to listeners to discover the rest of the book. There are such riches in it that even if we sit for many more hours, we can't really. I would not be able to do it justice. But let me end with a couple of final questions, and one of them is that in the process of writing and researching this incredibly rich book, which is like an unveiling of human nature itself, and like what you pointed out about socialists being destined for tragedy, we are all destined for tragedy. Like the guiding motto of my life almost is that we're all going to die, life is meaningless. And that's that actually is a useful thing to believe, because then you can take things in the right perspective. But my question to you is that in the process of writing this book, of entering these lives, of living these lives almost, how have you changed as a person? Like, do you look at time differently? Do you look at memories differently? Like, you start your book at the beginning, you've got this evocative passage about the unreliability of memory, how everyone you speak to, their memory is colored by what they have become and what they want to believe, and so on and so forth. And a lot of the things that we take for granted when we are young, where we have this illusion of immortality, a lot of the things we take for granted, we realize are mutable and temporary, and everything ends like it ended for George. So how, not to get gloomy, but how has this book sort of changed you as a person? Are you a different person because of this? How do you look at life now? And also the mundane question of, what are your next projects? What are you working on?
Well, I guess I've become more calmer, and I have started taking all the jolts that life provides you in a very different way now. I don't get perturbed now much. And the worst thing that I can see through a lot of people, which is in fact not so good, because it takes away. But I'm not so predetermined about anything for that matter. I still believe that the way I started with the George, I did not know many of aspects, and they all started opening up. And then I started. Can you imagine when you start writing, you feel he's a hero for you, and you want to write like that, and then slowly you unravel his one after another years of his life, and then slowly you see the whole pattern, how it goes up and then down, and you see his frailties, you see his strengths and weaknesses, and you also see the compromises and the circumstances under which he makes that compromises. So he starts understanding human beings more pointedly and more holistically. I impute motives less now. I give space to the people more and more, so that they can express themselves. I don't like to see the world in black and white. It's a book on in a gray area, let's say that. I am not portraying, although I started with this need to give a hero to this country in George. Okay, but I have a feeling that slowly I started, instead of giving hero, if I can just portray this man's struggle, I would be, done with my intentions. And in the process, I learned so much of my own ways, the way I have responded in the past with the people, the way people have responded to me, the human negativities like jealousies and all kind of a thing, or even the fragile nature of ambition itself. I think I have become. I have not become less ambitious, but I don't see life in that kind of a scales now anymore. I'm calm in what I'm doing, more sure about what I'm doing, and less negatively competitive. I'm not in that what Gandhi says corrosive competition. I'm not in that kind of a corrosive competition. I like to do what I'm doing, and I would like to do whatever I think I should do, without bothering about my professional success, or whether my book will get published by this author or that publisher or this publisher. All those thoughts have really gone out of my head now. I'm more receptive, and I think I'm less irascible as well now, because I'm giving more space to the people. Earlier, I guess I was too driven with what I was doing, and now I think because this book, I expanded many horizons to understand George, and so now I see that a person saying something is not necessarily that person's real thought. There are many other things that are probably it's a momentary kind of a thing, which is a great learning that I did. Yeah. So it has made me a better human being. Yeah.
And what are you working on now? Another book?
Well, this is something again to do with the politics. In this country, since 1857, in the 100 years since 1857, there were 4 pamphlets that were written. One of them is not really pamphlet, but I still call them pamphlet. The first one was Ahmed Khan, who wrote The Causes of Indian Revolt. It happened in 1858. The second pamphlet that came in 1909 by Gandhi, which is called Hind Swaraj. The third pamphlet, not exactly pamphlet, but full-fledged book, but I call it still pamphlet because it pursues one idea, that is Savarkar's 1924, which is a Hindutva, is Essentials of Hindutva. And the fourth one is another 10 years later, that happens with 1936, Ambedkar's Annihilation of Caste. Now, these 4 pamphlets are actually power pamphlets. They are looking for power and nothing else. All these 4 pamphlets are building a case for power rivalries and replacement of the domineering people by the people who are aspiring for it. All these 4 pamphlets have been really flogged well. There are a lot of writings on these 4 pamphlets. I want to compare these 4 pamphlets, and I want to study them in comparison. And then one of the core expressions that comes out of these 4 pamphlets, when you read it in together, keeping it together and compare it with these 4 pamphlets are power pamphlets. First point. Second, I would not give them the timelessness. They were contextually produced pamphlets with a purpose of acquiring power, be it Gandhi's Hind Swaraj or Ambedkar's Annihilation of Caste, or be it Savarkar's for that matter. Unfortunately, all these 4 pamphlets still have salience in this country. 100 years after, okay, this has 2 important implications. One, politically, this country has not outgrown what was there in the colonial times. It remains embedded in the thought processes that was dictated by the colonial process. So, 4 pamphlets are reflective of responses to a colonial regime. And unfortunately, in the post-colonial regime, we still have these 4 pamphlets dictating our politics. And each of these 4 pamphlets have extreme salience even in today. I would say we need to study these 4 pamphlets, but we need to start preparing for the 5th one, which will be really reflecting this country's needs of today. All these 4 pamphlets are outdated now. Be it the caste politics, be it the Hindutva politics, be it Hindu-Muslim issue. or even Gandhi's for that matter, the kind of a technological ranting that he does against the British for that matter, under the pretext of, but it's all a power politics. It's all about colonial times. It's about responses to colonial time. So we need to study these 4 pamphlets which transformed Indian politics. Let me tell you, these are not easy pamphlets, but we need to have the 5th one, which would transcend these 4 and give us a new political agenda to think and also do. I'm studying these 4 pamphlets.
I cannot wait to read this book. My God, it sounds amazing. I feel like scheduling another recording with you for when this book is out. So I hope we can have another long conversation on that. And my very final question, which is a customary question for all my guests, is for me and my listeners, recommend books, films, music, any kind of art at all, which you love. Not necessarily something to do with your work, but stuff that you love that is a cherished part of who you are, and, recommend it for us.
I loved Ram Guha's first volume of Gandhi biography. The second one I have not yet read, but the first volume are brilliant. In fact, to discover new material on Gandhi is the hardest part of the scholarly job, because Gandhi has been written so much, and 100 volume is already there, of his own work. So it's Ram Guha brought a lot of new material into his biography of Gandhi, and also great perspective and great empathy with which he has written that. Some of the sections are brilliantly conceived, and the kind of overarching context in which it is being written, it's quite momentous. From the point of view of my own growth as a person of literature, for that matter, I would recommend read Salman Rushdie and read Garcia, for that matter. Their writing has been seen as a magical realism and all kind of a thing, but the way they deal with the human emotions, the way every line is packed with certain message, and the way they conceive the story, they are brilliant in that sense, and that's why they are the great authors, for that matter. So I'm nobody else, nobody to say that they have done a great job. The world recognizes them. As far as if you want to really become a human being, a better human being, read Gandhi's 100 volume. I think there is nothing which can replace that. Gandhi has talked about each and every subject which is possibly under the human, intellect or considerations, and he has talked with great empathy. And I think whatever writing skills or whatever ideology or the intellectual empathy that I have garnered, it's all because of the Gandhi's 100 volume. I don't see that kind of empathic writing anywhere else.
The 100th volume.
100 volumes.
All 100.
All 100 volumes.
Yeah, ये कैसा recommendation है? Listeners will say, किसके पास time है?
No, but you can read it as a Gita, for that matter. You can read it as a, and you don't have to read it in one day. You cannot do it.
You can dip into it.
Yeah, you can just dip into it and read it as if buy it, in fact, and read it, and buy my book as well.
Everybody should buy your book. That will be my recommendation to everyone. Rahul, thank you so much. This has been a fantastic conversation.
Thank you so much, Amit. And in fact, the kind of issues that you brought out, the kind of the way you prodded me, and I think it is all the conversation that we had. It's all because of you and your skills in taking out things which I never expected that I had. Thank you.
Thank you for being so kind. Thank you. If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, go to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and pick up The Life and Times of George Fernandez by Rahul Ramagundam. He is not active on social media, but you can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. It's also available on all podcast apps. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.